Well, Evan Toon, I mean, you've been here before. I'll let you introduce us, but good morning.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. And well, my friend Tony, this is gonna be a very interesting day we're having because, well, now the teams that are gonna be fighting, they are pretty much facing elimination. We are just around the corner to see who goes into the next phase of the tournament. So these guys need to give everything they've got if they still want to fight off and they want to have really good chances of becoming the champion of champions. Now, I just wanted to focus on the first match that we are going to have today, which is, of course, between Dusty Roots and Yawara. Now, I was actually yesterday casting a game for Yawara, and honestly, I believe that this, in theory, should be an easy match for Dusty Roots based only on what I saw. Now, why am I saying that? Well, the thing is that Yawara seems to be a little bit too dependent on Nardis, honestly. So this guy is, I mean, he's definitely packing a punch, but I feel like if the team is not really doing a lot of work around him by themselves, then things are going to get a little bit too rough for them.
100%. Yeah, the 22-year-old sniper definitely puts up his best work whenever he gets the chance to. But the problem is that, as you say, they lean a little bit too heavily on him, not only in the early round, but also in the mid to late rounds where he isn't really given enough room to work, it would feel many a time. Whereas, on the other side of things, MaxCore, also 22 years old, Argentinian sniper for the side of Dusty Roots. He actually has a lot of room to cook. He actually has a lot of room to work when it comes down to having riflers behind him. He has players that he's ready to rely on. He's ready to go in for maybe a quick pick, and if he doesn't find it, he's ready for the round to be just done and over with then and there. There's so much room for everybody else to start to cook, whereas Nardis, it seems, has a little bit more of that responsibility, a little bit more of that pressure, where maybe a little bit unfair, but in the formula that the Dusty Roots team has, they definitely look like it's one that's better suited for them than I think that you could say for the other side of Sniper.
Yeah, sometimes. Also, the thing is that Fraguti is an absolute unit by himself using the MP9. We've seen what this guy is capable of. Even if he does like very risky plays and very aggressive plays as well, they definitely work out. And the thing right there is that maybe that's exactly what ends up countering Nardis in a certain way, because he is the designated upper. So having good utility, good team play, and of course an aggressive guy that really gets in there, gets the job done, even if he goes down. If that player going down first happens to be Nardis, then that is going to be, quite the blow on Yawara, which will definitely ruin the rounds. But of course, now let's go ahead and take a look at the roster of Yawara, because it is not only Nardis, like I mentioned, we also have none other than, let's go ahead and see. That would be Stacks, Joe, Revolts, and Lacerda. These are also the guys that were playing yesterday for them as well. But look at them, all happy, making sure that they can bring us all the fun that we should be expecting from them at this level.
For sure.
I really do want to put the spotlight, of course, on Nardis, but Revolts is also, as well as Joe, a very important piece of this gear, this machine that is Yawara's roster. Joe was also doing a wonderful job yesterday, so I also want to expect him to give us the show we should be expecting from him as well.
It's definitely a little weird for both rosters as far as where they stand in the future goes heading into the second half of the year, because no official announcement has been given, as far as I'm concerned, on Lacerda being officially introduced into the roster since Teledi stepping down. Same could be said for, I believe, on the other side of things, it would have been Next and RZK, whereas RZK was officially announced, but Next has also just been kind of floating around the team and playing with them too. A problem where I don't know whether or not they're going to be sticking with this configuration that both of these teams have heading past this point, where obviously negotiations may open up with the major concluding soon enough, or if this is where they'd like to stay. Maybe this is where they'd like to continue to cook, because, looking at previous South American CCT seasons, it's not unreasonable to see a shakeup every 2 to 3 months or so, where these rosters are juggling players around back and forth. And honestly, truthfully, you'd think that maybe with the Argentinian and Brazilian players soon to be made available, that maybe Dusty Roots players or Yawara players become either targets in their own right, or look to, capitalize off anything that may be opening to them. So Yawara with Lacerda right now, not somebody who's really storied, not really named in the scene, a 17-year-old kid who I believe has his first HLTV officials being put on only just recently with this Yawara team. And that is a big ask for him. Obviously, when your first 11 maps have only just begun, maybe this is a little bit of a gamble that they're going deep in onto, and I'm down for it if they're down for it, but it has to be something long-term that they have a vision in for.
Yeah, and it's also the factor of experience right here that we need to take into consideration. Just like you mentioned, Lacerda is a very young boy who definitely has the guts and definitely has the talent, but
Sure.
it's completely different to actually be playing with one team specifically and actually playing around them for a very, very long time. I think that's one of the things that I see happen a lot in South America. Like, teams are always just swapping the rosters, looking for new players. And yes, it's always nice to see additions that will definitely add something fresh and new to the roster. But the problem is that sometimes they just need a little bit longer time than just 3 months or maybe 5 months to actually start giving results as a team. That's something that I've seen in South America happen. Like, this change is coming a little bit too fast. So let's just hope that Lacerda is not only an absolute unit by himself, but that he also has the ability to adapt fast enough to be getting better round after round, rather than actually falling off as the rounds go on forward. But of course, right now, also another factor we need to take into consideration, my friend, is of course the maps, because that is, well, I think one of the most important things that we need to factor in.
Oh man, I had one point I wanted to make before we got there, and it was about their map pool the last time we had seen these two teams. But just take my word for it, I had it written down and I had my predictions already in place, okay? Because this last time we had seen was in February. These two teams had played in Season 2, Series 7 of the South American CCT, where those maps were Dust 2, Inferno, and Nuke. Ever since that point, there's been a really major shift in the map pool, I would say, more so for anybody else, Yawara. They are not looking to play Nuke. They are not looking to play on that map. They're only beginning to heat up more and more have the Dusty Roots roster since that time frame. And you can see it because not only is it entirely shifted their map veto typically against most other rosters, but it's also shifted the entirety of the map picks and decider to where Dust 2, Train, and Ancient completely changes the outlook on things that could have been otherwise.
Well, it's also very interesting to see Train right here, because apparently it seems that Dusty Roots actually has the upper hand on that map, and it's also not an easy one. So it's a map that
haven't even played it.
Yeah, it definitely requires a lot of synchronicity and a really good dynamic and communication from a team. And as we mentioned before, it seems like Yawara might have a little bit of trouble with that. But still, they actually jumped into Train for this one, so we can maybe just expect some different strategies. And of course, well, maybe these guys actually did their homework and they're gonna give us something completely different on there, rather than just no experience at all.
And I think they might. I think they really might, because having no experience on that map in officials, that's not to say that they haven't been working on this map ever since the introduction of their new players to the roster and team you are right now. And you would say that maybe that's a good sign. Train is a map that needs to be figured out at its bottom level. That is really difficult when you're trying to do it at a professional scene, right? But when you scale up and continue to work harder and harder and watch the other rosters around you, then players like MaxCore and players like Nardes, who I was saying earlier as the AWP player, needs to have his riflers on his side. Train is a beautiful position for him to be able to find an opening pick here or there, or just shut things out before they have a chance for Dusty Roots to get them started on the outer yard, or even up in air if they'd like to send him on a little journey up and through the ladder. But even then, it's not to tell that one map may tell the series, because that would be foolish. You look across the entire spread, and it will in any way, shape, or form have to be a 3-map affair, in my opinion, for Yawara, even with Train, if you give it to them as a wildcard win.
Yeah, well, we still need to see how everything develops on the battlefield, because one thing that I've learned, my friend, is that, well, the numbers definitely do speak, but they only talk about the past. So we still need to see how it all develops as soon as we jump into the fray and see these two teams actually fighting right in front of each other. Because, well, yep, Nardes is right there with a beautiful rating as well as MaxCore. But in the end, it's not only going to be one other player carrying this game. It's all going to have to be a team stuff. So, well, I'm kind of rooting for Dusty Roots, to be honest, but I certainly do hope to see Yawara doing something even better and surprising everybody on today's match.
I completely agree. I think that when we talk about how these maps are laid out too, and you say that it can't just be one player, I think that is absolutely true Except for a map like Train, though. I think that Dust 2 and Ancient really do make for team play. You need to be making the right decisions across the board, whereas on Train, you're kind of clumped, right? You're obviously very close together, very tight-knit. Somebody's going to be able to take the superstar moment. But again, just to your point once more, 3 maps in this pool. 2 of them are going to need to see a group of players conglomerate and bring themselves together as glue in order to stick and hold for the rest of this series, because this is obviously, relatively late in the series now. We're at the point where 2-2, to remind everyone, if you win, it's playoffs. If you lose, you're gone. And that's a hard thing to really take into your mind as a player, I can only assume, as things go darker and deeper into a best-of-3 series. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. And in the first series of South American Season 3 for CCT, it's going to be a pretty nice thing to say that you did make playoffs in your first outing, to where typically Dusty Roots are doing that. Yuara, it's been a little while since we've seen them at that point.
Yeah, well, right now there's going to be a lot of pressure on this guy's shoulders, but in the end, pressure is what makes diamonds, or either you can crumble. So now we can go into the game. Apparently everything seems to be ready, my friend. So how about we actually stop yapping for a little bit and see for ourselves what is going to happen as we go into the action.
Us too, baby. Let's see what they've got for us. A lot of players out through long, but just as many players for Dusty Roots looking to find their way in through mid. They've already cleared out lower, not into the upper tunnels just yet, but once they hear that flash, I think Revolts is going to call them back in some capacity.
Ooh, all right, here we go. There it is, the first blood falling in. RCK claiming that one, although he was flashed, and of course MaxCore answers with another kill for himself. So that is 2 players down already. The bomb is going to get planted any second now. And, well, the timer cut short from 1:21 seconds. Look at that.
Next, holding for a jump spot. Stacks awaiting his teammates to get ready for their incursion. They're obviously a man and then double down. Back alongside goes RZK to go to the corner and play a little bit more of a team game, and conglomeration once more, though. Zhao's dual Beretta is very snappy in the taps without really speeding off with the trigger finger. First round for Yuara is secured, and about as clean and easy as it can be for the map pick of your opponent to make sure that you're still feeling comfortable. Or wait, I think the HUD might have been flipped at the top side. That's actually a Dusty Roots round win.
Oh. Oh, yeah, that's true, because it was MaxCore. Yeah, it's true, because it was MaxCore actually getting the second kill as well as RCK. That was my mistake. But, well, here we go into the second one. Don't look at that. Dusty Roots is going to start off with a great advantage, actually going for 3 AK-47s. So it's going to be a lot of firepower already.
Playing up against next to nothing. Maybe a little bit of a misread in the economy. Maybe would have been better off with at least one SMG to be able to take point, but at the very least, this feels like a secured round win above all else, right? Economy aside, at least you do get 3 AK-47s regardless of the outcome here. Should there be a miraculous USP play, then maybe we'll have a conversation. They've got 2 flashbangs, and 1 flashbang and an eco round can make all the difference.
Stack's going to make the call-ups right here, as you know the players are right around the corner, but look at that. They actually push forward, and 4 of them are already down. So now Rebolt's being the last man alive, also loses his life. And that's an easy round for Dusty Roots. Nothing to worry about, and not a single casualty for them. So now we jump into the next one, round number 3. But of course, now we are going to have Yuara at least purchasing the MP9, so they should be able to fight on close quarters and try to defend probably B tunnels, or maybe, an A-long. Some things may be cooking.
They can at least get close. What they can do from that point forward is really up to the individuals. Not going to be an easy affair, but a molly up top, that's actually going to be counteracted by a flash over high. Down low, it's RZK who swings up, and they both combine to figure out any little aggressions that may have been put through both positions, having been pulled apart from Yuara, and now the rest of the team's left second guessing.
Well, I think that it was really important to actually play the close quarters and play it safe around the corner, especially when you don't really have the firepower to be doing that against the enemy. But of course, it all goes down the drain. It's only 3 players alive. I think those MP9s definitely went to waste.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit. I mean, the idea in isolation is pretty nice, but it was also just really quick reactions from Dusty Roots at a point where they needed to be on their toes. So that's good. A silver lining for Dusty Roots, and maybe just a little bit of a brown note. Sour one for Yuara, and knowing that there was at least one more player in CT spawn, it was a boost. It wasn't a singular one. And Zhao now, the last standing, a 5-7 at this distance. A kill here would be something, but not really much in the grand scheme of things, in totality, the lack of frags for Yawara is going to hinder their buys later on as Dusty Roots find their third. Everyone is swept aside. They haven't even needed to invest in the AWP just yet, and they've not even died to the point where they can pick themselves up a 4th or 5th AK-47, which is not a problem whatsoever.
Max score was getting really low right there, but we can actually see the Dusty Root squad with no fear actually pushing forward, defending their teammates. So that just really talks wonders as well for every single one of them. That just means that they are going to be pretty much playing as a team, exactly as they should for the next rounds. But now, things are going to be really different because Yawara now, look at that, Nardis with the AWP and 4 M4s, they're finally going to be able to afford their weapons, and this could be the start of something great for them.
Trying to hold on to see if there's any more of the same that Yawara had employed earlier as far as the walk-ups mid would go. Nobody showing face. Nardis, just as the smoke would have faded, I think sees 2 on their crossover to the other sides of those doors, and Stax wants to give him more room to hold, to post, wherever he may please. RZK, he's closest to the doorway, so maybe he can take his attention with a flashway through, but aggressive at that longhouse is one of the riflers, playing just in front of it, but Nardis strikes. Nardis, the one we had pointed the finger to at least be one of the players pull ahead with a kill or 2 when needed most, has at least done that very much and giving them their man advantage. One of the first they've had in a long time, but a missed Molotov extinguishes amidst just fading smoke.
We only got 40 seconds left on the clock. Dusty Roots needs to start making something. They are in a disadvantage numerically. Nardis is low in HP, but I mean, it's an AWP. Oh, it seems we are going to have some movement on B side, and with only 20 seconds on the clock. Here we go for the push. Oh boy, they're taking too long.
Maybe just a little bit. Chow! Yeah, he's held this line. He gets 1 kill and they just win the round outright. By virtue of the bomb not being able to be picked up as well as brought to the site in 1 second delay. They may get it there. They may get a couple extra bucks, but that is the round nonetheless for Yawara.
Yep, nothing they could do there. They just had to be a little bit faster on that push and everything would have been fine, but no, it does not happen. Dusty Roots pretty much gave that one away, but of course, they didn't really just gave it. Yawara did a pretty good job getting that initial kill. It just changed the whole pace of the round, and that actually allowed for them to get it as soon as they could. That's really, really good for them because, well, it was also the round they so much needed, the one after buying their firepower. So now, look at that. Nardis beautifully done against Mark Score, winning that duel on the AWPs as well.
Yeah, it's very good that early on in this game he finds a win such as that, because what it does is it enables him to build up that confidence, but also disables Max Score from being able to line up fish in a barrel. But hold on! Dusty Roots have clawed it back for only a moment. Man advantage still there for Yawara. Pause and reset. These two with bombs still on the back of Tom need to be able to not only deal with the low HP of Lacerda, who had just hip and hopped away from B tunnels a few seconds prior, but also figure out where the remaining players are from. The op on A once before revolts at doors, but he's going to go through and beyond. Surely not. He may catch a freebie, and certainly he will. Frag with a low HP player to swing on to the next, where a Stray might have done it. It will not be the case, and a second collective for Nardis, as well as a second round for Yawara overall.
There's still a bit of money on Dusty Roots' pockets, so they should be able to afford something here and still try for the next round. But Yawara already catching up. Now look at Joe, actually. He's racking up 4 kills already. Just a bit ahead of Nardis as well, so.
Okay, well, I guess we're going tit for tat now, Max Core and Nardis. His mid has been a high point of contention for Nardis. Max Core wants a little bit of that.
I'm really loving this this rivalry that is building up already between these two guys.
I do agree. Love myself. Good back and forth. Co-casting is no different. And right now, in tunnels, in B, previously unsuccessful thanks to Zhao, thanks to his position, slightly unorthodox. What the hell was that? Molotov's talking about slightly unorthodox. He just burns his teammates out, forces them into the action, but actually, thankfully so, there was only one man there to stop them, Lacerda, but Somebody's gonna have to go back in the demo to, oh my, what are we doing with our nades right now, Dusty Roots? Relax.
Well, they just wanted to make sure that nobody was lurking around. But now look at that, Jawara still got the bomb planted. On a 3v5 situation, of course, the best thing they can do is just hope for the next one. Try to survive. Fall onto your AWP in the hands of Stacks, the T-14s. Just gonna have to wait out the bomb and, well, hope for the best in the next round.
Listening for anybody who may be on their way to try and pull the guns off. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. No sound cue is a good sign for the Savers, but you are now feeling a little bit of that push and pull that Dust 2 does typically afford. Nardus now thinking about where his point of contact will be from, as he's now 2 for 2 with having seen MaxCore. He's 1-1 for having killed him at those doors. MaxCore is in fact holding. Nardus has crossed over to B site. They've now got a 3B lean in some capacity, and I think he wants to fight behind it. Perhaps Nardus, is that a Molotov that he'll go superseding next on the other side in the back ends of the tunnels? They're going to be out for blood at this point in time, but actually the T's playing out of tunnels. They might have just made a perfect read.
Just waiting a little bit. The calm before the storm.
Will budge.
Bit of utility as well on A. Making sure that nobody is going to go through that position, at least for the moment. There's still plenty of time on the clock, so Dusty Roots takes their time to actually just go ahead and find probably one pick. Seems to be
Next
just about
dead.
to happen on B side.
RZK, pardon. Thankfully, Next actually left. If he had gone in there with RZK, I think the both of them would have been mincemeat. But look at this. Now you are can just play for Cat. They've got that man advantage. They know Tunnels is nice and clean. If they want to play for a retake, it really wouldn't be all that unreasonable.
Jumps all utility as well. Smoke dissipation with the HE grenade. Comet takes a lot of damage as well as for Guti, down to 20 HP and 28. Of course, the push is going in. Revolts takes the first one, takes the second one as well.
They don't even need to go for a retake. They can just go for fights before they even get the bomb planted, seeing how much forward footing they've gained with that man up. They can afford to throw one or two in their face, and MaxCore not at all ready. Once before, he might have heard the footstep. Now, though, as he turns attention so very hard. Stuck, shoulder spotted. The shot, second even more so, and just elevated his Revolt, taking his eyes from off his remaining comrades. 4-3. That, for Yawara, is little signs of life and hope being breathed into each and every one of these rounds where they take it close, but being able to actually overstep into the territory of the East in tunnels, find their victory, and reset once again. Yawara showing glimpses of beauty, but needing to do it consistently. Lacerda has disconnected from the server. No, yeah, he hasn't disconnected. He's been disconnected. He's been reamed by MaxCore's scout. I didn't even hear it ring. Not the heaviest of sniper rifles, but one that'll do the trick nonetheless.
Getting that shot in, MaxCore really showing off at this point for Dusty Roots. 6 kills. Pretty much the exact same as a top fragger from Yawara, but still. The advantage is only one round. Right now that we have Deagles and the Scout, it should in theory be an easy one for Yawara, but we know that nothing is written on stone. And these guys, they've been pulling off this underdog rounds against the enemy far more times than they should. Beautiful nade. It's a lot of damage.
Needing to maybe get that weapon that was dropped earlier in the round, if at all available. I can see it on the ground, yes, just beyond the doors. And they've got flashes, one now, as well as a smoke. Maybe they can attempt to get through in a mid to be split in some capacity with that smoke actually having been utilized for just such a round. It's two players in the site itself. Zhao has been more than solid enough in this space, but now needing a teammate to help out. Tosses out a flash of his own. Both players' body decimated. Not a 1, but 2-man advantage now with weapons that were once just an arm's length away. They've stretched out, and it's a save. They've called it.
Well, it's just the experience of actually seeing that happen so much. It's just strange, but they actually played well. Find the shots. Get good aim with the Desert Eagle. For some reason, whenever this guy just actually play with pistols and there's the Desert Eagles, their performance is just a little bit better. I think it's all about just going for those headshots. Like, sometimes they're just not consistent with the headshots, and whenever they play with the Eagles, they play it safer, they play it better, they play it not aggressively, just precise. I think that is exactly what allows them to... Oh, wow. Oh, what a way to give away those free weapons. Of course, they actually wanted just to deal as much damage as possible. Dust Roots has pretty good pockets, so they don't really care about losing that much. But still, they end up winning the round. That's what matters. That's a 3-5 on the score. We are also getting closer to finding out if Dust Roots is going to jump into the second half of the game with advantage or the tie.
You are reassessing now, having the B site having been toppled once, held down another, toppled again. It's really odd to try and dictate how many players should be designated to each side of the map when success is so few and far between on each point. Not necessarily one weaker than the next, but mid-round rotations being dictated and pulled by max score sniper rifles makes it none the easier, in all fairness. When we start out on a 5 versus 5, it seems that Yawara have a pretty good hold on each point. And right now, you can see that that is the case, that even with these rifles, but good lord,
God.
Max Score doesn't even need vision on a Stax, who's now 0-7, and to no fault of his own in round number 9. What was he to do?
Well, I was talking about how Yawara is so dependent on Nardis, and I feel that is kind of happening right now. But the most important thing I'm seeing right here is that Dusty Roots is really depending on max score as well. RCK is doing an amazing job as an entry fragger with the AK-47s and the rifles, but max score is just setting up the pace for what's going to happen every single round.
Going out to B now alone. Next, he's on 10 HP. It doesn't really matter. 5 more accurately, but 10 is what I would say in a matchmaking game. That's why I'm such a bad teammate. It would seem that Nardis being given just the scout to save. I don't even know if they're going to be giving it too much of a look in to try and take it away from him. It's he who's going to get more aggressive than they, in my opinion. And you can see just there. What is the second shot?
Oh my God.
Crouch to the ground. Holy ghost. Holy smokes. Max score shut it up for at least one round for the ends of it. But see if we got a little bit of more from that from Nardis, because what a beautiful sequence of frags to have. Even in an off round, it's still confidence building considering we're not even through the first half.
Oh my God, just keep landing those shots, man, but do it when it actually matters. Oh wow, yeah, that was certainly impressive one way or another. But now we have another round with no weapons for this guy pushing forward with the USPS. They actually get one down, in this case max score. But of course Fraguti is right there, as well as next with the AK-47s. He's making sure they can clean up the house and get that round quickly for Dusty Roots. 3-7. Yes, Dusty Roots is jumping into the second half of the game with advantage on the rounds. But is it only going to be 7? Or are they going to rack up a couple more? Just a couple seconds until we actually find out. Now Yawara finally getting weapons once again. M4s, look at that. Another shot. Wow. Yeah, it's certainly, it's like I tell you, like, RCK has the most kills for Dusty Roots, but Maxker is always the one setting up the pace for what happens, because he is always landing those first bloods and first shots against the enemy. Even if it's not a kill, he still deals a lot of damage. He still inflicts a lot of fear.
100%. makes them ever more hesitant to go for a wider swing or peak that they otherwise might have. And now, just cooling out a little bit here. Dusty Roots not overstepping the mark too soon, not showing their hand too early. Unconfirmed damage, I can only assume it was onto Lacerda. I'm not entirely sure that they would have made note of that. The blood not splattered on any walls. Smoke to this ledge to maybe give the illusion that they may be going for a cat pop. They're still not fully committed to anything. The second smoke in set, those two together make it a walk-up potential or a drop to CT as well, a more likely option if you're going for the mid shot that Stax has been hiding. He's been awaiting his time to strike the opera of all players, and Maxcore the one to lock into his location, but still goes Revolt, still goes that bomb, not covered, not high enough on HP with the teammate at Gandalf in 25 seconds. Gotta go for the full stick. The nade is gonna scare him, the player down beneath in CT spawn even more, but Maxcore, as accurate and quick as he could possibly have been in a moment where he needed to stand tall, next had the player on the flank, but it's Max who ensures that the C4 is safe.
Yep, pretty good round for Dusty Roots right here. We actually see them playing as a team perfectly. And although we just lack a couple corner checks, everything seems to go down well for them. 3 and 8, and now we jump into the next half for the second one on the one that comes next. So all the money needs to go out the window. They gotta get all the firepower available, all the utility as well. Nothing to save after this one, guys. That aggressive play, and that shot comes in, even though Maxcore was actually flashed. And the second one as well. It's for Fraguti now. Now this is out. MP9. And Stacks with the FAMAS. Yep, I think this is going to be another one for Dusty Roots.
Yeah, I mean, it's early to call, but not so early if you put into perspective that in many rounds where there are even one player down, let alone damaged in the early, Nuara have a hard time recovering. Lacerda, lucky that he didn't spread too. Nope, not so lucky. Only split seconds before it eventually does, and not a single fatality for Yawara in this one. Not a single player having been taken out from the initial 5, and Dusty Roots, they're running away with Dust 2, it would feel. This T side, indomitable. 6 rounds the gap, but we switch at the half, and what a beautiful display by, as well as RZK, who actually kind of quietly made his way towards the top of the board for me. I didn't even really realize that he was already superseding Maxcore.
Yeah, it's been like that for a while now, and just like I mentioned, it has been happening, like, yeah, Maxcore is, like, always shining a little bit more, because he is the one that just allows everything to happen for Dusty Roots.
Yeah.
He gets the initial kills, he gets the important kills, but RCK is also the one who's just behind the corner, just doing a lot of damage and getting those kills and confirmations as well. So it's a beautiful dupe I'm seeing right now. I do hope that actually Tommy starts, you know, just putting in a little bit more effort, because he's only got 4 kills, but still, Dusty Roots is doing a wonderful job, and I think that we gotta get the MVP to these 2 guys, because one of them is just making sure he gets those center tracks, and the other one is just making sure that he just stops the enemy on their tracks. Well, now there we have it. That's the second half of the game, 9 and 3. This could actually be... Oh, well, you know what they say about 9 and 3? That's the moment in which the comeback starts.
Oh no, the CS2 Zonix law. A certain commentator and caster who also works for CCT hates when I bring that one up. at Vincent Casts. He's not going to be listening to this right now, but I will probably send it to him later. We'll see whether or not that comes to fruition, though, because that's usually where he gets the most upset, when it actually does. And Yawara playing it out now on the offensive are going to be taking it step by step without showing all that much going on in middle. You know, that's where you get a little bit antsy as a CT side on Dust 2, but only one player out long. It's Nardus. He's left to lurk, but he's not going to be needed to lurk if the B site crumbles under the hold of Next. His lurk is ineffective, inefficient, and it won't even happen. He needs to pull off now in order to get back to stacks and have any sort of hope in a 2 versus 5.
Well, we can already tell what's going to happen. Yawara really not having a good time on this map. Not quite as surprising, honestly, because, well, after all, it's Dusty Roots' pick. They definitely had the upper hand. from the beginning. But
Feels hard
now,
for them to breathe, yeah.
now look at that. I mean, these guys are just pretty much getting the double digits already.
It's not easy on a T side of Dust 2 in general. I don't really think that it's one of those maps where you're feeling comfortable 90% of the time. But when you do get an early ball rolling, when you are, as an AWP player, able to fend off any sort of mid to early round aggressions from the defenders, then it's a lot easier to make a read. It's a lot easier to make a call. And the amount of liberties that's been offered up to them by that fact, props to Max score, but needing to close things out now with 3 rounds. The gap going into Train is that second. Maybe we'll see something a little stronger than a 3-round holdup. Because the last we had seen these two teams, as previously mentioned in the pre-show, Dust 2, well, Dusty Roots didn't look to be all that weak on it there either. That was a 13-7. The next 2 maps in the series, however, forget about it. It was much longer. It was a double overtime. And although they did take the series in totality, maybe that's something we can come to expect from a third and Ancient if we do get there, or maybe even on Train, but yet to be found out. Oh, dropping the smoke, but honest and truthfully, I think Stax might have been better off just committing to the fight there.
Well, there's not really much they can do with pretty much nothing. Just pistols, no Kevlar, no nothing against MP9s exactly, so... It's still a tough choice to make.
So that's his teammate die, unfortunately, though, by running into him. He just gets spammed down as he's on his run back. Poor guy. That's where I would be a little bit heated if I were down this far in a game, and that's how I end up getting crushed out in my Glock round. But it is, after all, as you say, just a Glock round. That's all it is. But you know what? They say that after rain comes the rainbow, and the rain has subsided. Well, let's see what we're gonna get today. Round number 15 for Yora. All right, more of the same.
I'll tell you what, there is a chance of precipitation, but this time it's raining bullets, my man. And 2 players are already down. Now Joe goes in aggressively on A side, takes one beautiful kill against the RCK. Now that Molly deals some damage against one score, down to 44 HP. But as the T's begin moving forward, we can see Tommy actually popping off, getting that beautiful kill for Goody. Just another frag for himself as well. Stax takes next. Tommy puts an end to his life, and just like that, Dusty Roots, they get the 12th point, the match point.
Big for the boys. To show dominance this soon, show that their competition is not stacked up to them in their comfort zone. It's going to feel pretty good. Some smiles on the faces of the guys. Does that hold up? Does that remain? I would hope so. There's a 13-3 in a best-of-3 series. A beautiful spiral to cook on with, especially considering they get their choice of side in a next that is not very easy to play up against on a lesser favorite of the 2 of them. But a 1-for-1, this is the best that you are have looked on this T side so far as that would be concerned. So let's see if there is any more room for them to drive on ahead with. That smoke is going to stop them from their incursion of the A site, but it will not halt them from walking it up late.
Again, Max for setting up the pace, getting a beautiful double. Aww.
Now we're getting to be a little too much.
Well, he missed the 3rd, but the whole team's pretty much right there. That nade's gonna deal some damage. Dipping them down. Beautiful shot,
Oh.
RCK. Yep, there we go. That is the map.
Definitely one way of closing it. thought that there would have been maybe a little bit more of a pushback given the repeat punish from Max Core. And, every now and then you'll see some magic happen with the refights and refaces. And like you said, 2 kills, that's enough. Maybe a little bit of an overheat, but at the end of the day, he still would have had a man advantage for his team. He would have at least confirmed that they were still over at long and given room over to a swing from somebody else. So good work from the guys that we were saying need to support our uppers in these moments. In Nardis even actually being given some room to work from his team, seeing as it was the player we needed towards the top sides of the board. We got Revolts and we got Zhao. You actually, to your credit again, in the pre-show pointed them out as guys that when they are playing well and Nardis is on the server, then that's who you're going to be looking at. But when only 2 of those guys are there and Nardis as the guy that they're trying to prop up is just a little bit too heavy, then you can see it all starting to fall down.
Yeah, that's one of the things I noticed about Yawara as well. I mean, in the end, they just start having a little bit of trouble when the enemy just starts knowing exactly how they play, how they react, and they start just knowing where one of each player is actually located at every single time, because they don't really change their strategy with the time as rounds go by. So in the end, Yawara just is not quite able to get back on top of the game. And well, the same thing that happened yesterday just happened today. Yawara having a bad time. They lose the first map. But of course, we still need to see what happens on the next one, because Dust 2 was actually Dusty Root's pick. Now we need to jump into Train and see if what we were talking about, Tony, is actually true. Is Yawara actually just holding something down up their sleeve? Let's just check it out. Let's go into a small break while everything gets ready, because the next map is certainly going to be quite a surprise, I hope, for everybody.
Yeah. What?
No, but
We are. We were.
yeah. Can you hear me? Wait. Maybe. Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're ready whenever. All good. All right. Well, slight technical difficulties, but we're back. I'm back at least. Not sure about good friend Evan Toon.
Oh, there we go.
All right. All's well.
Yep, there we go. So everything seems to be fine over here. At least we should be jumping into the game. But look at that. It seems that Dusty Roots already is racking up a little bit of advantage on the game.
2-0. Missed 2 of those rounds, unfortunately, but better late than never here, awaiting the Iwara players to walk it out, but already in that first map having found a victory, a nice financial start, getting pistol round as well as the follow-up conversion, but AK-47, sub 1, a Galil for Revolt. This is still a very much so grouped up walkthrough. Ivy, they went ahead.
Right, well, at least right now we are at the moment in which both teams actually have firepower, so the first thing we're gonna see right here is definitely going to be a lot of action. Or so I hope. And look at that, it seems that Lacerda is gonna be taking part in that because he takes a lot of damage, down to 36 HP. Not a single shot back though. Now we all know that this map is pretty city-sided. Look at that max score. Claiming 2 kills already as well, setting up the pace once again.
Just fired through smoke. He just took them in the dark and through Ivy. He played center bomb train and lined up those pair of kills to no avail. Iwara looking to walk in unannounced. The smoke giving them space, but not a wall. Only going to be visual coverage, and Stacks and Lacerda with 20 seconds left without the bomb. With maximum 46 HP between them. It's going to be another hopeless feel at a save that they've been in many a time before on Dust 2 and already maybe experiencing a little bit of PTSD here on Train, their map pick, not finding the success that they would have liked to and not finding enough kills. It's going to be a weird amount of money split between these two, left to near $0 and $50. The rest with something sprinkled in, but nothing to really write home about in the long run.
Well, AK, Kevlar, and Helmet is more than enough, so they certainly want to save that, especially when
for sure.
they can't really do anything at all, and they are so low in HP. But now the problem is it actually going to be worth anything on this round? Because Iwara, they up for the 3 pistols, and look, Nardis has no Kevlar either. A little bit of damage with the nades, though. There it is, first blood falling in for a good team. Oof, taking 1 down. But a couple casualties for both teams.
Hoping that they can hold on to dear life now in the 3 versus 3 with pistols still across 2. The one of them striking and striking hard. Goodbye next. Hello to a man advantage. Hello to an open bomb site that only would have been for a moment before. The flash in the face of RZK trying to elevate himself, but elevating himself in more ways than one. His max score, he's got this up. He's got information under where Stacks was before with 35 in the bomb. The full sprint to B, who will beat each other there. Quiet for a second or two, a full minute to work with, and Stacks just looking to get the drop on max score on a quick timing. If he had run it out all the way through, he likely would have been spotted and seen, but now max score is left second guessing with a whole world of opportunity.
We are down to a 1v1, ladies and gentlemen, with only 50 seconds on the clock, a little bit less than that. But still, we need to wait and see what happens. Who is going to get that bomb planted? It's going to be none other than Stacks, but he's only got 35 HP, so he needs to make it work. Has an AK-47 at hand, but max score with the AWP. Oh, here we go. Look at that. Just placing the aim perfectly against the enemy. Stacks is out, and just like that, max score makes sure he gets that round for Dusty Roots. That is going to be the 4th round for them.
You are get bounced.
Yep. Well, this is not looking good, man. We talked about how Yawar was going to have a bad time on this one, although this was their pick. I was really expecting them to do a little bit more, but hey, it's a city-sided map, right?
I do agree with that much. Trying to make a justification for their pick. Even still, we can try our best, but it's not yet been easy. Not really having seen much in the openings, but after a bit of an awkward moment where they had those 2 rifles saved and had to take a half buy. Now, AWP for Nardus. Everyone kitted to the brim with utility. Same could be said for Dusty Roots, though. But if there were ever a round for them to find in this half, in the beginning especially, to get themselves back on track, you really are going to be looking towards this 5th. They really are going to be leaning on the financial recovery that's been afforded to them only just now, as a very tight-knit race to try and pull away more and more cash funds from Dusty Roots, who they themselves aren't too affluent, aren't really that well set off for the long term of this map, as it would have been a double nade on Reed, RZK just behind. Not going to be eating a majority of it, but just enough to maybe, just maybe, he'll be fearful. But 2 players in his support, 1 high and 1 just behind. It's the max core sniper and Nardus that awaits for Goody to approach him, but no. Don't get caught in transition, though.
So here we go. One of them has been spotted. A lot of damage coming in by the Molotov. Up to 29 HP, but of course falls behind. Pulls back from there. HE Nade not finding anyone, but max score does with the AWP. Of course, now the Sargent with 1 kill of his own. Fraguti on the other side takes him down. And Lacerda as well. With the refracts and the trades. Oh, here comes the fake bomb plant. Oh, okay. Lacerda takes down next, but he also takes down Revolt, so we're pretty much still even. And the bomb's still not planted. Less than 40 seconds. Lacerda has to make a move. Look at that. Fraguti already dealing damage, taking down Stacks. It's a 1v2. One of them was found, and max score beautifully played with the AWP.
Every time we think that there's a way back in, every moment that we're given a glimpse of hope, it's seemingly stricken right back and away from them. A 3 versus 2 that very quickly dwindles, or rather, it would have been a 4 versus 3 that very quickly dwindles into the 2 versus 2, thanks to Lacerda in the process of trying to help out the team, inadvertently pulling them back. And Max Core is not at all wavering in his confidence levels. You'll still see taking these peaks with knowledge that he is one of the fastest players in reaction in the server, as it were, maybe the fastest at this point in time, given he's yet to die more than once. Pop out, goodbye for duty. Hello to Max Core, who has been holding for the E-box cross for as long as he was. An adjustment through the corner of the box. Minimal vision with the smoke also covering him.
Wow.
That body, but not nearly enough. The next holds the line as well as the spray. 2 gone. And Dusty Roots, they've already found themselves at the tide of the half.
Well, 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 that is incredible domination we are seeing right here, and I don't really know if I can call it also humiliation, because the way that these guys are going down is just... Oh my god, they're doing wonders, but Yawara, I really thought they were gonna do a little bit better on their map. I'm still gonna say it. How should I say it? I don't know, man. I just thought that Yawara was at least gonna be able to get 2-3 rounds on the tourist team at the beginning, maybe after getting their weapons. But they started off with disadvantage, losing the pistol round. And now look at what just happened. Dusty Roots became a big snowball, pretty much an avalanche at this point. There's no way that Yawara can stop them.
Doesn't feel like it, at least. Maybe, just maybe, it would take a monumental effort from everyone across the board, not one player, but all 5, to pull themselves up and to pull themselves together. To breathe a sigh of relief with a pistol round win now would be one of the final hurdles that Dusty Roots would need to just overcome and ensure that they've gotten a lead at the halfbacks. Returns for RZK. He's walked up through lower. They've pincered, they've crunched, but RZK, will he be shot in the spine? I'm unsure as the Molotov forces for duty away. RZK again has no idea that they've already gone by him the bomb. He doesn't want to lose it on the steps, and that's reasonable, but Chow, he's not in the back line. If Lacerda can give him some time to cook in the back. Players, one tap, barrel scene, off drop, now in through Khan. Another one soon to be found, but thankfully RZK is there to stop him in his rampage. Molly to the toes of Tommy, already low enough. Ticks down to 8, a 2 versus 2, and this Yawara would have been a miracle moment, but Lacerda walks it up. He gets close and personal with Tom, and maybe just too close, and too close for comfort for what I would consider a clutch that may have been thrown to the wayside unless Stacks on his Tech 9 can stay concerned, can stay concealed, with Next very loud about this, audible on his retreat, but not enough in close range proximity, blown away, and Yawara, they do get their one back in all of these rounds. This was not the one I was anticipating.
Horribly played right there in the end by Next, honestly. It just makes a lot of noise, not really checking all the corners, and after he goes in aggressively, he just doesn't really aim where he should have been aiming. So I do want to blame him for the loss. Of course, Yawara did a great job actually with what they had. So pretty much just echoing the enemy with only the Tech 9s. Still really, really well for them. They finally get the round they so much needed, but still, mistakes were there. And they're not so easily overlooked. However, the thing is that Dusty Roots, I mean, they have a pretty clear advantage. They can give those rounds away, and they're still gonna be right there, ready to fire back. Oh, speaking of firing back, look at that. 2 kills, 3 of them falling in already. So it doesn't really matter if Yawara has the weapons. What they don't have is the domination on the map.
You said moments ago, not so easily overlooked. I think it's pretty easily overlooked now. I think in the grand scheme of the game, I could probably forget it and not really come back to thought as maybe that one clutch could have been the tide turner, but right back to the old grind.
Yeah, the thing is that I've seen it happen so many times before. Like, if you have the enemy on a chokehold, you definitely do not want to allow them to breathe at all. That's exactly what happened right here. But hey, I guess Yawara was already drowning.
That's putting it maybe a little lightly even. Yeah, it's certainly not being an easy road for the boys. Trying to find themselves back on track, though. Uncertain if they'll be able to recreate the same sort of miracle moment that they had in the last that really only happens because Zhao gets a lucky timing. I mean, they had a plan in place, the CTs, to clear out and clean out through upper, and as Zhao, instead of turning about face to try and help out the rest of the crew who had been pressured and pincered, tries to take matters into his own hands, and I mean, successfully so, but beyond that point, trying to make that work once again on a rifle, not going to be easy. You're not going to be feeling as free, and maybe even in some ways as desperate to make a maneuver such as that.
Well, this is a very important game for Yawara, and there's so much pressure on their shoulders, also after losing the previous map as well. So they're bound to make even more mistakes than we have seen. Of course, the Victorious Force begins their movement, and we can see all utility falling in as well in place. Just making sure the corners are going to be cleared. Now we got 2 AKs, 2 Galeals, and 1 MAC-10 moving forward. Because they need to find the spot to get that bomb planted. Or, at least, to get all the illuminations. But I think the way that Dust Roots have been playing right here, if it's not by elimination, the war is not going to win. The smoke. Ooh, that nade deals so much damage. And look at that max score once again, setting up the base for the round. 2 kills already.
turns the attention of the rest, and RZK was just sitting down below for long enough as well. You know, I don't know how much you've been watching of it, but we've seen a lot of these plays at the major now, most recently, under that heaven position with the op zoning out from up above, and it works effectively just like that, sometimes alternating between a rifle deep and holding. Rops most recently actually being hit by a smoke of the T's design under that same position where it covered him completely. I remember him just walking out to the right side, 2 players pants down, and Apex was allowed to frag out from that point forth. And you really just love to see those moments where you put full faith in your teammates to hold one of your angles to where if they falter, if they can't hold the line for that one shot there, Toon, you know that more likely than not, things will go pretty crazy from a high and low perspective.
All those plays, certainly the reason why wins can happen in such a beautiful. I mean, Counter-Strike is such a beautiful game. There's so much depth to it.
It's true.
Sometimes it can be, well, just as deep as a puddle. It all depends on how much you actually know about the game. How much are you willing to actually bring it to the limit? And that was an easy one for this guy. Just Roots. Oh man, I feel like we can already see a winner right here. It's a 9-1, close to double digits. Just barely holding Yawara. You're doing even worse than the previous one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You would be correct at this point in time. They've yet to accumulate a number of rounds competitive to that of Map 1 and Dust 2, which only ended with 3. So you're not really, playing up against much of a goalpost to try and hit through. The distance between you is really few and far between, as it were. But in the long term, going to need to see success. Not later, not tomorrow. Now. It has to be. It needs to be. There's no time left. This gun that they have on Nardus, this sniper rifle, as well as the AK-47s for that fact, there is no reinvestment to be had. As far as that goes, this is the last, and with 1:20, they've been shoved all the way deep into deeper depths of not only brown holes, but as well as their spawn beyond T-Con, and they've barely had to use any of their utility, it would seem. They still are absolutely stocked to the brim with incendiaries to play for a stuff and a smoke for Goody if he would like to use it later on. They've just got so much to play for, and they've already cleared out upper once more, even deeper beyond what they already had. Lacerda, he's constantly been pushed by this same angle, peppered up, and forced out and away. What is the point of being around this position if not to just be a body and hold them from the doorway they were never opening to walk through in the first place?
Now here we go. The first blood has been spilled. In this case, Reballs is one claiming next. Max for answers with the AWP. Of course, he goes down as well. Joe goes in, takes down 2 of them. So this is gonna. Oh, look at that. Nard is finally landing the shot with the AWP. So we are only down to Tommy, still trying to defend. Does take down Stacks, but there's another player just around the corner. And as he was reloading, he goes down as well. Yawara with 1 round, second one for them. Finally, after so long, and we reached the end of the first half. This is gonna be the last round in which these guys are gonna need to buy everything they can. But well, the advantage is more than clear for Dusty Roots. The only question right here is Dusty Roots jumping into the second half of the game with the double digits, or Yawara is gonna have the 9-3 once again.
It's not the easiest question to answer. It's a very easy question for us to ask. And you can see now that something for Nardus to speak of. Having that second round afforded them that buy that otherwise, as heavily emphasized, wouldn't have been. The the T-side Molotov extinguished by the smoke grenade. There were 2 of them in that one place, so one of them somewhat wasted. Lacerda showing up to the server now, hitting some shots and popping out at least 1 deep. Next goodbye down below him at the oil train, not even remotely prepared for Ferguti to come flying downwards upon him. Flank late, up low, needing 1 to peek on. Bomb not being fully diffused, but now it's being stuck. Molly onto him, he's got a kit. He's gonna hit it with the Olaf, baby, in style. He'll find this one, not a ninja, but born in flames for Goody, bringing them not only a lead, but double digits.
Really well played right there. Dusty Roots just doing exactly what they needed to make sure they could go into the next half of the game with another round in the pocket. That's a 10-2. That's a huge advantage they're going to carry
Oh,
over.
yeah.
Look at those shots coming in. Max for, I mean, this guy is definitely a unit with the AWP, doing a wonderful job. 14 kills already after the end of the first half.
Yeah,
Of course,
undoubtedly kicking butt, man.
yeah, and look at that. I mean, Fraguti has 11. Also, Nex has 10. So they're doing pretty good. Every single one of them. There's a reason why right now Dusty Roots has the upper hand. Jawara, on the other hand, well, look at that. I mean, we can tell Rebels is just falling behind, only 3 kills. Stacks with only 4 kills. And although, well, Nardis is trying to hold on, trying to be the top fragger of his team, alongside Lacerda, it's still just not as good as even the previous game as well. That's the one thing we mentioned from Nardis at the beginning. Like, this is the kind of player that really shines bright like a star, but rather than, instead of becoming a supernova, he just turns into, well, space dust. Just not quite able to do the job for prolonged periods of time.
Yeah, the Beretta spamming out and away, giving them at least a push through back from E-Box. Tom more focused on Ivy above all else. No smoke to his side to cover body. And Yawara, all right, we've got 3. We're hitting a little bit of a moment now where we can have a conversation. You said earlier, CT sided. There's their map pick. And Nardis not really being, shut out entirely from that last half. Still having some moments. This would be the time now with some cash flow, with some funding, to be able to shut out anything that comes his way from Dusty Roots. And if they, especially now on a force buy, fall early again, not only for the first, but the conversion and the pistol save to boot that, we're at a 10-5, and then a conversation opens up for Nardis VMAX score on the AWP.
Yep, that is a possibility. For real. The advantage is too big. But the hope is always going to be there. It's a very important game for these guys. And it's also such a very important moment in the tournament. They are facing elimination.
And
or
playoffs.
just straight up, yep, or straight up just going into the playoffs, man. Bits of damage falling in. Lacerda, 58 HP.
He is the king of just taking free damage in the early round, man.
Well, probably just gonna have to work a little bit better on that. He likes playing aggressively for what I've seen.
Sure. The younger guy, and he's probably a little more hungry to take fights and go for jiggles and hope to catch a timing, which is okay. You kind of need somebody like that around. It's okay.
Yeah, he does get information as well. So that's still always very welcomed, as long as you don't lose your life. Now, 45 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Alright, good stuff. Actually somehow survives that with the MP9. But still 12 HP, grabs the Galil. Oh, but the max score. Beautiful shot.
As per usual, and him being the one to find it with the scout, not really that great. Lacerda already having been aforementionedly softened, dealt with, and Zhao no better to the jump. It's Next, who's ready and awaiting, up close and in your face, as is per usual for the Dusty Roots team, but now on the offensive, much more importantly so. And that is the wind taken immediately out of the sails of Yawara, who had just caught some of it. That needs to be the turning point for them. That one instance to where a pistol round victory with numbers still alive, anticipating a force, and shut right into your face is the door. The window closed just the same, and the room is burning. There's no oxygen except for the one that's being sucked out from you.
Well, precisely the problem with actually allowing the enemy to get so many rounds. Even if you start getting out the advantage, like, you need to catch some of them whenever you're on the T side, especially on train. Now the Roots are they're gonna pull out the AK-47s, a couple of them, 3 Galils, full Kevlar helmet, and of course a ton of utility as well. That's also one of the things I've noticed. Like, Dusty Roots is just a little bit better with utility. Hitting those plays on the dupes with the flashes. Not just the smokes and the Molotovs. Like, they really know how to get the best out of every single one. Now they push forward. Going into slow round, it seems. No blood has been spilled.
That's at least good. Better than they can say about a lot of different instances. Zhao's 5-7, ever so lethal in close range to where DK had a turn back, but the AK not covered close enough. Not by Next, who was outer, and not by the player who was just at ladder to swing moments after the fact in Max. See what they've got now, because that's armor that's an AK-47 to go along with it. That's another kill to bop along and know that Fergutti was up top and high. Max scored the heaviest hitter of them all, dealt with him. Lacerda not letting off the gas. There is the aggression, the double swing from high and from low. No matter in this round where he will go, he'll find his success and leave Next in the 1 versus 4.
My god, I completely forgot about the fact that this guy's wins those. Like, this guy's just always win the eco rounds. Whichever team you actually want to call it for. But the eco rounds somehow always go pretty well for whoever's playing them. So Yawara gets the lots. And here just completely annihilates Dusty Roots with nothing but pistols. Grabbing 1 AK-47. And of course, 1 MP9. But hey... The advantage is still pretty big, but definitely shouldn't have happened. Tons of damage coming in. That's coming down to 45. Of course, Lacerda is just gonna retreat, relocate, try something different. Revolts is also down to 15, so things are at least a little bit equal between these two teams.
At least.
You know, and it's always the thing about the pistol rounds. Like, whenever they just go for an eco, we actually did see Yawara playing, like, more defensively. They do have, like, certain aggressions, but they just wait around the corners. And that's exactly what works out, especially as a CT side. So, I think that's the reason why they win so many eco rounds like that. Like, they just take less aggressive decisions, just play it safer, because they're afraid. It just works out for them.
Devil's advocate to that, we'd seen them try to go for aggression over on Dust 2, and I guess it's not even necessarily devil's advocate to the point that you're making, because yes, when they do play passive, they do look really nice, but when they make those aggressive stances like they had over on Dust 2, running up through mid, they get shut down, they get shut out because they're ready and awaiting them, and especially anti-eco rounds, I think Dusty Roots are typically expecting that aggression, and then when they don't get it, they're a little bit confused as to where to go. Nice digs, good kills, good bomb plant, but still, nevertheless, a 3-player alive surviving Yawara 5th round. They're not going to be able to buy here. This Dusty Roots team, they can take pistols out from their bank accounts, but it's still easy going for them with the gap that they've created.
Hey, and you actually talked about the 10-5 on the score. Right now, we have it right here. Although it's an 11-5, the thing is that Dusty Roots has no money, so this could translate into another one for Yawara, pretty much. And on the CT side, well, now that they're going to be just getting those buckets a little bit deeper, things could start go wrong for Dusty Roots.
Yeah. At any point, it could spiral. Are you waiting for that time? Not being on map point and series point really must alleviate some of the previously mounted tension from Yawara and their guys and the decisions that they can make, you know what I mean? Because otherwise you get a little bit scared. You don't want to be the guy to lose the round. You don't want to be the guy to lose the opening pick. You don't want to be the guy to drop the site. But, you know, you can still kind of take liberties in that regard with that being the case. And good on them for just shutting out the pistol round here, should they be able to, but we've seen previous, that second round of this second half in specific, they failed to do so. Okay, I don't know why, for some reason I believe that there was a 1 dig to be had, but Lacerda maintains.
"46 seconds on the clock. Trying to get everything in place before the T's begin to push. As we can see right here, there's still plenty of utility for Yawara, so can actually stop them for a little longer. Lacerda with one smoke. Now Dusty Roots begins pushing forward. RCK takes down Stacks. Max score as well with a beautiful dig. Of course, Rebels is right there for the refract with the AK-47, but Max score takes another one. Oh my god, is this gonna happen again?
Dude, I cast or curse, I guess. Because it's been done. Dusty Roots find map and series point.
Jesus.
And another moment where there's about 50 seconds less, probably closer to 45, and dropping on the clock, and they've yet to even make their way through anywhere into the outer yard or inner bomb sites. And it doesn't really seem to matter. It just doesn't seem to matter. As soon as they get that explosion out, maybe a little bit too close than what you would have liked, having expended the utility that they otherwise would have used for a stuff or a retake, and simply can't hit their shots with so many numbers. Crosshair displacement at an all-time high for Dusty Roots there on round number 17 as we enter the 18th, and we feel that this is Nardus or never. It's an AWP for him, an M4 for Jao, and the op will strike with a second by his side. Both of them in tandem, forcing the issue into Tom in the upper yard. It's not of an eco, it's a full-out force, as Uara have no other options left available to them. And once more we go again, unless Max Core and Next can pull something miraculous in the next minute and 20.
Well, after winning so many pistol rounds and eco rounds against the enemy, I'm pretty sure that nothing's going to stop Dusty Roots right now. It's a 2v5, but to be fair, they have the upper hand. I mean, look at those rounds. They're just currently sitting on match point. Even if things definitely do go south in the end, they're still going to have a chance on an overtime. So right now, that's just so much pressure on Uara that only two options remain. They either start making more mistakes because of that pressure, or they just pull themselves to the limit and just start winning round after round and get that overtime.
I thought your reasoning would have been do or die, or rather your options would have been do or die.
Oh, that is true.
True.
There are no options.
You know that today, on the 22nd of June, Flames has turned 22 years old in the 22nd CS2 Major?
Oh.
That is crazy. I just read that. I was just on HLTV really quick because my phone buzzed. But 10 seconds left in this round. I figured maybe best time to share that little bit of tidbit of information. Break tension ever so slightly before this next round, where it's going to be a weird one, but still a full buy for Dusty Roots. Well, I don't know about full, but a force I can only anticipate.
Well, we're still sitting on the 12th round. And now, finally, Dusty Roots should be able to afford some weapons. We got the AK-47s. And Gale for RCK. Which is still pretty deadly, to be honest. And Fraguti opts for the pistol in this case. He has no money. Fight back. Go for the nade. Oh, look at that. Well, so that does take a little bit of damage. Of course, max score begins with the relocation.
Who else but him? I fear every time I hear the sniper ring out on one side of the map. You can never really count out a max core shot. Or Nardus, now that he's begun to heat up little by little, as previously stated, needed more than any time before. Hello, Lacerda, who has stepped up to the plate once again. The AK-47 gifted over to them thanks to the heroics that they've instilled, as well as the hope that they've created. And not done there. One after another pinned against that wall, and Lacerda, the newest addition, while unofficial, officially tearing them limb from limb. Dusty Roots pulled out from beneath them, and Lacerda's the gardener, and he's got his tools of destruction.
18 kills already. Oh man, he's popping off. And right now, just after that beautiful 3K, he's definitely gonna feel a lot more confident, so that is also not a good thing for Dusty Roots, because this man's gonna stick to those aggressive plays, and they have been working out at least for the last rounds. But now Stacks begins to push forward. A bit of a switch. Works out as well. Takes one down. RCK is out of the equation, and Next is gonna be the last one falling down to his demise. Uara Another round. Still in the game. They do not want to give up. They still want to have a chance to go into the playoffs. That's going to be so tough, though, because, I mean, if they win, we still would need to go into a decider as well.
That would be crazy. It really would. What a world it would have been to have turned around this game from the point of what it felt like no return. The return being heard, the nade off the wall, and they're only playing against Glocks. Not really something that they've had to worry about very many a time, Dusty Roots, is having nothing. They've had Tech 9s and, you know, mixed weaponry here and there, or at least a piece of utility to boot, but not really being pressured down to this point. A new feeling, perhaps. And probably a great feeling for the boys on the opposite ends. Don't do this right now. I'm begging you. I'm telling you not to do this. The Glock of max score looks good enough. Tomlin will walk it out and beyond. Revolt's holding on to where Nardis might not. He gets the leg, and damage enough inflicted to where the rest put it together. And still, while 2 players are below half HP for the finish, or win is a win, and with 4 alive, we're not done.
Yeah, that was a pretty good round still for Dusty Roots, although they actually lose it. They deal a lot of damage, and they were really close. That being one of those eco rounds. Well, that would have been quite a way to go, huh? If they had won that. But of course, not going to be easy.
I would have turned off my monitor before the post show.
We're still in the 12 and 8, though. Right now, the advantage still for Dusty Roots, but now we got the 5 AK push. Now Nardis is going to be the one setting up the base now with the AWP. Takes down next. That's 1 player out of the equation, a 4v5. Just making things a little bit more difficult for Dusty Roots as if they weren't already.
Per round, the amount of kills that they've accumulated between Lacerda and Nardis is becoming more and more noticeable. The smoke doesn't blow all the way to the point where he would have seen the player tucked. RZK, maybe a moment, knife pulled, trying to get out. Tape's nowhere in sight, but Stacks, he too, clutched inwardly, but our man advantage is still ever present. It's Lacerda at B who's been consistent on CT side, but how much more can they do?
That could have been such a good play right there for Dusty Roots, but just popping out of the smoke was not really the right idea. On the other side, we have a couple kills falling in, but in this case, it's max score all by himself, alive and well, but at a 1-3-3. Oh man, with only 35 seconds left. Also, bump in hand, but Rebels and Nardis gonna take point. Oh, he's been spotted. Death shot. Tons of damage. Oh boy, look at that utility. Cooked down to a crisp as he was trying to get that money plant.
He wanted that above else, I guess, to keep them in some sort of competition as 5 players in that next round. How much he will have actually done in order to make that true, beyond me. There's no telling. But even then, 3 rounds. Loosening the collar just a little bit. There are the boys, I can only assume. Dusty Roots, however, beginning to sweat, beginning to show some signs of vulnerability, but in Tech 9 rounds, we've seen them before.
No.
Very many that go awry. There's probably 2 moments, maybe 3 in there where kills could have gone a different direction and a question mark could have been raised, but max score doesn't get there. And he will eventually arrive, but late to the party, he will be bounced at the door.
Oh well, the advantage is pretty much gone already. I think an overtime is definitely possible. I feel that also we need to see max score with the AWP. He was doing wonders with that weapon, but eventually, after losing the advantage and losing the money, he loses that opportunity. Now he has been performing really well. He's still top fragging, but something's missing. Look at that, Joe. Beautiful shot. Taking the first blood. Fragudi out. Max score. Good answer. Oh, the flash fall seems at the perfect moment. Tommy goes out. Max score also goes. Jesus, I think this one's gonna go for Yawara as well. But hey, it's a 2v3. So RCK takes a beautiful shot against Rebolts. There's still a chance. There's still a chance.
There's always one, and it might have been opened by Next in RZK, the last remaining Lacerda. He is the B player. He is Mr. B. Where has he gone? Is it through Khan? Back in through ladder? Or through CT? Or from our own? It's time enough for Next who can clear and clean every bit of this bomb site, but the bomb itself was so deep tucked. He can grab a hold of it and make his rounds to wherever he may please from then on. It was once Lacerda who may have had the drop on Next, but I think the tables just might have turned. It's only a matter of time before Lacerda himself goes second-guessing and questioning as to whether a double back was in the cards.
Oh boy, 1v1. 22 seconds left. Bomb needs to get planted. It's Next against Lacerda, so it's definitely not going to be easy. We've seen Lacerda do wonders. And I'm only just making sure nobody can actually stop that cross while he was planting. Goes right through it. So... there we go. Oh, what a nice shot. Falling in right at the last moment. Lacerda, well, not quite able to clutch that round, and just like that, we got the winner, ladies and gents. That's a 2-0 on the score for Dusty Roots.
Yeah, that's a win that they definitely earned, and it looked like that they had in the bag a little while sooner on Train, but taking the distance, I think that a little bit of a silver lining and a commiserations to the team that's been sent down and out 2 and 3. Yawara, maybe they do have a little bit more to offer on that map. Some things to iron out on the offensive, but the CT side about as good as it probably could have looked, holding them at bay and not being afraid to reaggress and unleashing Lacerda.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I am kind of happy with the performance I've seen from Yawara, especially after comparing that with the performance in Dust 2. I think it was definitely better. And after watching the records and knowing that they didn't really have that much upper hand on that map regarding statistics, I mean, they still hold up pretty well. They do a wonderful job, and I'm pretty sure that they are just gonna get even better. If they have shown us that they can do that out of the blue, well, what just expected, expect even something better, something just more impressive on the next ones as soon as they actually jump into another fight. But of course, the problem right here is that fight's not gonna be on this tournament, my friend, because they have just been eliminated. They're not going through the playoffs. But of course, Dusty Roots actually do. So we are hoping to see a lot more from them in the future. Ladies and gents, right now, speaking about the future, Tony, well, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, but we are gonna have to go into a small break while we get everything ready for everybody to jump into the action, because we still have 2 more matches to play from a couple teams, and also that's 4 teams left, right, of the day.
Yep, absolutely. Shinden and Elevate in a little over an hour time. Make sure that you get yourself prepared for what will be the middle portion of our day. Myself, Why Not, and Evan Toon joining you for that game in just a little bit.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome back. CCT South America continues to pop off, our second series of the day between Shinden and Elevate to keep us moving along. We're excited as we have ourselves a pretty decent game on our hands, the Argentinians versus the Brazilians, featuring these guys right here. Boys I've seen for quite some time, a core that's been together for even longer than that, and only a couple of moves here and there, at Naz being the most recent addition over Roy. It's really risen the floor of the guys, but trying to at least keep their ceiling continuing to rise up has been a little bit of a difficulty, a bit of a fall off from some guys on the roster, notably Ibs, who I thought was one of the next guys up. But the Brazilians, they've also got their fair share of issues in recent history, having restructured their own roster from their initial conception. It was short, it was SKR, these two guys, one of which the former being the in-game leader even, having been phased out in their most recent additions. They've instead opted to go for some different looks, to where Shinden, again, keeping with this core for as long as they have been doing their best work and have been putting in the reps and putting in the hours to round out their map pool, but also hone their craft on maps like Mirage and Inferno, two very big picks and mainstays of the CS2 and CSGO map pools. But at the very least, we've gotten them with such a high win percentage that, given where the veto may lie, they've got two very good pocket picks for choices. But even so, we look towards the guys on Elevate to give us a run for their money. Also very, very in tune with their map choices that have been around, not only these Inferno and Dust 2 picks, but Inferno and Mirage, talk about their Dust 2 and their Nuke, one of their most comfortable places of play. CK Zhao and BNC having joined for the aforementioned players I said who had seen their way out, with BNC assuming in-game leader responsibilities and dutyship. But frankly, I think these are moves that have actually risen the level of individuals across the board and brought in role stability that invite performances from players pre-existing in this roster. We're trying to make sure that these guys are on their way up and up, and trying that in their stead to make the best of what they've got. The Elevate guys, as far as individuals fighting forward and, being the guys that have now since shifted and changed so much of these things, Diozera has stepped up to the plate. Lash, someone who we've always given the respect to be a heavy hitter, has consistently continued, to fight forward and give them the best of both worlds.
Well, hello, my man. Apparently, right here, well, I gotta say about Elevate, thank you very much, man. I really love what Lash actually brings up into the table. Like, this man is just, he is just a one-man army. We've seen it before with, for example, players like, for example, Nardis. I think we've seen that with BSM as well. But those happen to be a little bit inconsistent from time to time. But Lash is one of those players which I think definitely deserves we should build a man a statue or something like that. He's just really, really good. But also, that's one of the great things about Elevate. Diozera is also a really good addition. CK Sao is also a really great addition. Like, this team really does work around themselves really, really good. Also, the same thing for Seed. I just want to see them actually reaching the gold, like really reaching the best of themselves and doing an incredible job. Now, the thing that we need to take into consideration also is the map vetoes. As we can see right here, we are not going to have Train this time. We're not going to have Anubis. The first pick was actually none other than Mirage, one of my favorite maps. And of course, pretty interesting picks, by the way, because, well, we're going to have Mirage Dust too. So pretty much comfort picks, honestly.
Yeah, I was kind of alluding to the fact that these guys have a pretty standard map pool. They've been playing the game for long enough. They don't really have that many curveballs to throw the way of their opponents as far as specialization would go, as far as one of the newest coming maps to this pool would be concerned. And that's probably going to be the best case scenario for both of them, that they do match and meet in this series in particular, that this is probably one that could go the distance, but at the very least, it's one that feels pretty comfortable for Shinden's Mirage, relatively comfortable for Dust 2 on Elevate, to where Shinden are going to definitely put up a fight for my money, to where at the ends of it all, Ancient, that's where I have a bit of a toss-up for where I can even think to reside for either of these two rosters. Not really in either regard going to be players that kick everything into high gear as soon as they hit the scene on that in particular, to where, Nuke, that being the last map banned by Elevate, makes not a whole lot of sense for me, frankly, because although Shinden do play it a lot and they have a lot of reps in, I think Elevate are probably one of the better Nuke teams, but a newer Nuke team with BNC at the helm, relatively speaking, just the same, but with decent enough results and taking teams deep even prior to that, including somebody like Audic back when they had Short and SKR. That's where I get a little bit worried for what Ancient might provide, but Mirage is where we're going to head first and foremost, the pick of Shinden.
Well, here we go. It seems the game is live, so let's jump right into the action as we head into Mirage, one of my favorite maps, and honestly, I believe one of the favorite maps of a lot of people. One of those that has been with us for a long, long time. And as I usually say, one of those picks in which, of course, individual skill will definitely help out. So let's see how everything develops, because I'm pretty sure that both teams have had at least, well, you know, at least 10,000 hours in this map. Like, it's just one of those in which everybody has to play so much since the beginning of pretty much Counter-Strike Global Offensive as well.
100%. One of those mainstays for everyone in Pug or in play. See now that the creep and crawl for these guys over towards the apartments has been halted on recall for the players who were over at A, anticipating maybe a walkthrough in the early stages with a flash, not to come. BK1. He's retreated. Naz grabs that bomb, and now they're going to head on through with one flash, one smoke. Kit available for BNC. He's going to be the A anchor and a long ways on rotation before they can get into the retake. Even then, we've got such a stack here that should be hard to break apart. Diozera, he's going to be one of the first once they make their way out through the top side of things. Elevated, finds himself not one, not two, not three, but he stacks up a quadra kill, to which Zede will peep in for a singular to make it a done deal. What a beautiful hold from the player that was initially cleared.
Wow, oh my god. Well, that was certainly an amazing start for Elevate right here. Beautiful 4K for Diozera. And there is a reason why I put the spotlight on this guy, Lash and CK Sao. We're definitely going to see this guy shine. Now, it's all up to Shinden to be able to do something with their Mac 10s and Tech 9s. Let's see if they can actually hold off, or is this just going to translate into another round for Elevate after bringing up the M4s and the MP9s. Oh man, what a start.
Yeah.
Lots of action already.
Ooh, nice HE. That will halt that full push in its tracks, but the first of the SMGs who had taken the majority of the damage at once of it, actually absorbing most of it, but vision only just late regained by BNC. Able to get that one kill should have been enough. Should have been a done deal given the double kill from Lash himself. And CK Zhao looks to be the linchpin. Back spotted, bomb planted, not quite. Only one left remaining. Ibs, who found the first of these kills, and with the Tech 9 bypass the smoke, and they've got to realize that that's an opportunity that he could have taken, and they do. They spam amidst it, turnabout face, and everyone is locked horns with him. Goodbye and hello to another Elevate round, securely fastened, but for a brief split second could have been a lot worse.
Well, I really thought that they were going to be able to at least recover the M4s fast or the MP9s and do something a little bit better, but it does not happen. They had everything playing against themselves, and also that final moment in market. It could have gone a lot better after pretty much getting behind enemy lines, but in the end, he was actually caught off guard. Goes down as well. Now, Elevate has 2 rounds against Shinden. Now, Shinden is forced to only have pistols. And I think that Lash might actually be more than enough to just take the whole team down. Yeah, actually spots one down. Oh, but look at that. Just gets stabbed right there in the head. CK Sao on the other side with the M4 from the long-range kill. 4K for him as well. Everybody wants a piece of that.
A knife kill to close out on the walk through the apartments. The captain takes matters into his own hands and gets a little bit antsy. But antsy to the point where he makes a decision that nets them a couple extra $100. We're now feeling pretty good about this first map pick that isn't even our own if we're Elevate. Very, very nice hit at the final end there to also, you know, just add a little bit of insult to injury, to rub a little bit of salt in the wound. It gives them more pressure alleviated should they lose out on even one. Shinden have to gain one before that's even in their repertoire. AWP for not just Ivs, but Lash just the same. Naz successfully on delay, able to cross over towards these mid boxes and take a flash fight out thanks to a teammate to see if anybody was getting too big for their britches on the walk up along mid wall. It's not going to be the case. Just Lash may catch a timing if he sits there for only a moment's notice longer. Naz, he will actually catch the timing though to regroup with Big K1 at the bottom side mid. They might have just given them an avenue of entry elevate that they would have otherwise not had to have.
Oh, and now CK Sao taking point from all the way back and deals some damage if he spots someone on connector. But Bush falls in, so he takes one kill. CK Sao, there it is. He actually does take one. And just like that, the T-Force has already been decimated. That's 2 players dead. Defense still up. AK1 finally retaliating. The bomb is going to get planted. They allow that to happen pretty much. Try to play for the retake. BNC gets 1 kill. Diozera pushing forward, gets him one himself. And Avis trying to defend, but finally goes down.
That actually could have gotten a little bit scary. I know that at most levels it's kind of hard to not go for a peek on every other moment, but he was there being the one to take next engagement from jungle. If he goes down even remotely clean to the player in Palace, it becomes a pretty awkward moment to where, yes, sure, CK Zhao at least has a kit in the smoke he could have put down atop the bomb and had his teammate in Lash hold on for him. But even then, nothing set in stone and nothing certain. He could have gone out for a wider swing even then from CT, taken out the last of the defenders and repositioned because they were just a little far apart. But all's well that ends well. The Diozera take the fight, Diozera wins the fight, Diozera wins the round. So it's okay, especially when he's starting to heat up and you want him to get into an individual zone. Let's see what that'll mean. Shoulder gap, just over top side, the smoke for top mid. The Shinden is exposed, but they're not going to go off with it. Very similar to the last round that they had, to where, again, successfully they got BK1 and Naz down into the bottom sides of mid. It was after that, in fact, where things had gone awry, but Nacho, thankfully, dealing with Diozera and giving them a man advantage.
We got first blood already. Naz was really close to seeing God on the other side, but nope, he actually survives with 46 HP. So now Elevate loses a little bit of advantage. Watch out, because CK Sao was taking point right here in the apartments, and he is gonna stumble upon a whole team right there. He actually just sprays with the AK-47 right through the smoke, finds 3 of them, and then the 4th one not quiet. Lash is the one getting that kill, as LVZ was the one finishing his spree, but that was incredible damage still. Wow.
Okay, with the beginnings of a 45-second clutch attempt off known to be backbench and a micro adjustment that was minimal. And Lash does not miss those. Not in the slightest. No bomb planted. Decent kills, but the reinvest now would put them in jeopardy for the remainder of this game. A tactical timeout taken, and rightfully so. A max loss bonus to where pistols and armor, likely the move to make, but giving up 6. Man, I feel like we're honest and truthfully experiencing some deja vu from the last series.
Yep, it's really not looking good for Shinden right now. They do kind of have a little bit of economy, but it's all about what are they going to do with it. They actually opt for the tactical pause over here. Probably discussing those strategies, and there we go. That's precisely what happens. Nacho's going to go for the AK, this for the Galil, as well as Nas. And now also, I really like what Shinden is doing against Elevate regarding the smoke on mid. Lash, they've been denying Lash the kills at the beginning of the round. That's a good thing. Not really that good. But yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Lash needs to go somewhere else because those mid peaks are not really working out well for him.
Yeah, at the very least, yeah. That is something that has been working out for Shinden. It's something that they've been doing well enough, and that's netted them a lot of space to work with. Again, it's just what happens beyond those first 15 to 20.
Yeah.
That's what's the biggest issue now, because here again, BK1 wants to walk up under, and he has teammates in top mid in the usual suspect of Naz, supported by Ivs, but what are they going to do once they get that control? Are they just going to dry walk it up Khan? I mean, it's worked out kind of that same strategy, if not caught by CK Zhao, if not seen and spammed down to red HP. There would have been more firepower for them to walk into an A-bomb site susceptible to a snap, but It's a float from who I believe is to be Diozera. Just checking periodically for anybody to be walking up connector or jiggling out the walk up through Cat or Khan without exposing himself all too far wide, and now playing fully attentive to a connector split through with that smoke, delaying them 20 seconds. Not quite. They want to go in. They want to get beyond it. They want to succeed actually in doing so, and that's a great opening pick for BK1. Otherwise, I don't really think that they would have had, but there's so much more to worry about. There's so much more to worry about. Sniper falling is one of those things that could have been the difference maker, determining factor. Late to the ramp, inside of the smoke, shut down and out. There's already one stuck beyond. It's BNC, a spray that will not do them much any good. That would have been a lineup perfected, but Nacho and Naz unite.
Oh man, Lash letting me down right there. I was really expecting that after he actually adapted, went to a different position. He was gonna be the combo breaker right there. He was going to be the key that Elevate needed to win that round, and he misses the shot, and also does not look at the right position at the right time. But well, that is unfortunate, but still, of course, it's only one round for Shinden. There's still a lot that Elevate can do right here, but it's really good to see that now Shinden's getting back in the game. Now IBC has the AWP, so he should be able to use that to his advantage.
As once more, not really responded to by anybody in his endeavors to get up close in the late to mid rounds. He'll still be free to walk it at his own pace whenever he so chooses. But pause that, because maybe CK Zhao looks to step in before that happens, and while he won't do a damn thing about it, Diozera makes good off the life that had been lost. Thank you, CK Zhao, for offering and opening up a chance for me to find a multi-frag. So he said, as he's lived up to the case and also taken minimal damage. It's a man advantage with little to gain right now from Shinden from going back that same direction.
Shinden having a rough time on what seems to be their pick, so this really opens a whole new conversation. Are they actually going to be able to get back in the game once they actually reach the CT side? We know this map's got CT-sided. More than anything, how many rounds are they going to rack up on the T side? But they don't have that much of a tough time. And then the big question, I mean, even if they happen to lose on this map, which is theirs, what is going to happen on Dust 2? But of course, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Right now, we can see the CTs dealing a lot of damage. Look at C, beautifully played right here. Taking the last two players down.
Giving themselves as much room to breathe as they possibly can is definitely the move, like you say.
Yeah, right now they're really punishing. They are punishing shit in every single way they can.
Incendiary from Zeta to just get up close in range to where pistols may actually shut him down if he's not careful with what he does. But he's sitting on it. He's lived with his decision. He can have his cake, and he may eat it too, as he only manages to take a bite of the first. And as these pistols overwhelm, already to tag, Lash pulls a pistol of his own, and up high is a Biz, down low is the AWP, and too slow. It may be the remaining CTs on retake, as everyone's seemingly slapped by, needing a multi-kill right now is CK Zhao. But Nate, though, finishes the job.
Also, we are down to a 2v2, but watch out because BK1 actually grabs the AK-47. Doesn't really matter. He goes down with a nice, well-placed headshot. Now IVC all alone on a 1v2 where he has to defend from the retake. But of course, CK Zhao is going to take care of that.
Woo!
Well, pretty good round for both of them, but Elevate comes out on top. And it was really close for Shinden, honestly, on a Tech 9 round. That was a bit further than I expected them to reach.
Yeah, 4v3, or excuse me, 4v3. 14 and 3. CK Zhao lighting it up. No doubt about that. Guy has been killing it. Who actually, funny enough, I reached out to him and BNC in the pregame because they were brought into this roster most recently. And I had asked who the in-game leader of the team was, because it's not public information. It hasn't been put out into the world. So with that, the eldest player of this team being CK Zhao at 28 years old, having been around the block with some of the best Tier 2 and even at some points Tier 1 Brazilian Counter-Strike. I expected him to be the captain and caller, but I mentioned, no, it's BNC. CK Zhao here to frag, CK Zhao here to shoot, and right now he's done that job, but early shutout in round number 9. He's going to have to put all of his faith into the remaining core and crew.
Really well for Elevate. It's also another kill for Alcina double since BNC takes down Nacho and Nas, but of course IBC with the refrag on the AWP. Deals a lot of damage. Now there's only 2 players alive from the CT side. But IBC once again taking point, pushing forward into the B side. Patiently waiting for somebody to make a move. Now the bomb has been planted. And that just puts the timer against the CTs now. Of course, trying to simply survive with those weapons would be more than enough. Look at that. Have a little bit of a lurk.
Trying their dangest to just get away from the blast radius. Flash actually clashes with one. Another down low, team jumping across it, and Abe is now anticipatory, pardon me, of both players trying to make their rounds. Neither gun saved, and that's not great from the 2 guys who needed to in order to give them a full buy in this round.
A bit greedy right at the end. Those 2 kills coming in from Lash were great, but of course, well, we have the other player still there, and he does a wonderful job. Also, I really thought that that seed was gonna do a little bit better. They're doing fine. Look at their scores. I mean, that's 666, the number of the beast.
Oh no.
Might just be a sign. These guys are gonna be a hell of a time for Shinden. BK1 decides to go for the Mac 10. What he can actually do with that. Doing pretty good at the moment. Considering that NASA and IVC, Nacho, doing fine, but good initial shots, AWP trading kills.
Necessary for, player at ramp. Oh, BK1 catches a neat little timing. I actually think he was seen from CK Zhao. I take it back, and that is going to lock him into a weird, oh no, engagement. That, what a beautiful set of spray. Come through with a player not even seen, planted for Cat 1, elevated, dealt with. Player gets off the plant, but only after the digits had already been punched, and the ticket may have been as well. Elevated at the stairwell, a medium range angle, and off one to which Lash reacts, knows this player was here moments ago, and does not let his sights leave his angle. No sliver, too tight for him. 3K in the round, and an 8 for Elevate.
That is already a huge advantage that Elevate is racking up against Shinden. And it just really worries me. This is supposed to be their pick. And it's kind of a comfort pick, to be honest. Mirage is a game in which everybody has experience. Even if they were just trying to rely on the individual skill, well, it seems that Elevate is just the better team overall in many different aspects. But now I also wanted to mention that, for example, IVC has been performing well with the AWP. Nacho has been landing those kills. But if you look at their score, it's only 5 of them. So it's really strange because they shine throughout the rounds. But in general, like, Shinden is really underperforming.
That's absolutely true. And what another moment of time. CK's out to make himself known. BK1 blind! How did he not get the kill? He was at 1 bullet between life and death. He was only half blinded, regained vision, but didn't regain stability. CK Zhao has plot armor at this stage in the game, and Elevate brought to that next level by one man, and not one man alone, but certainly feels like it many a time over. Is he about to get shot in the back by CK Zhao? Just evading him.
That was a nice little shot coming in. But of course, CK Zhao right there is gonna take care of that. So we are down to only Nacho. Does not have the bomb either. Oh yes, he does now. He actually retrieves it. Gonna go for it. Well, they actually allow the plant for some reason.
CK Zhao being in the red doesn't really help. If he just jumped out alone, it wouldn't have really worked. Zeta leaving a teammate to a clutch, much more difficult than that. An ace that would have been, but not on the line any longer, as both of them are very aware of the fact that Cat could have been the place to play, but the plant is where it was. Very, very good round from CK Zhao, as he does not let off the gas. This half nearing a 10-2 finish.
And that was a 4K for him as well. Retrieving the AWP. Obviously, I believe Lash. Yep, it's gonna be the designated opera. And we reach pretty much the end of the first half. We gotta see, I mean, wow, if Elevate actually reaches the second half of the game with double digits, that is gonna be really difficult for Shinden to actually get back in the game. Mostly because, even though this is their pick and it's a city-sided map, like, the sheer amount of pressure being placed on them with so many rounds against, don't think you can recover from that psychologically.
Out the balcony, to which BNC at least is able to hold for his own for long enough for Lash to get involved. Hello to another round where Lash has such freedom to maneuver around this map by virtue of his teammates getting kills when needed most. One for every single member, and Mirage Shinden has let slip, to say the least.
Well, there we have it. Pretty interesting first half of the game in which Elevate just pretty much decimates, dominates, annihilates the Shinden squad over and over again. Now Lash pulling forward with 11 kills, and look at CK Zhao, he's got 20 at this point. That is a huge amount of kills to be carrying over to the next round. That's literally averaging pretty much 2 kills per round one. Alright, well now, it's time to discuss the new strategies, because this time everything's gonna be different. Elevate on the attacking side instead. They decide to go with a little bit of utility. 3 guys in Kevlars. And they begin pushing forward into A side. There's only 1 player right there. This could be a great start for Shinden also.
They're chilling.
They want to play it safe and smart.
They have another set of smokes to re-exec if they'd like. Or they'll just go all in.
Oh no.
What a flight up through that ladder. Shinden not done just yet. Thankfully, this guy spams him down to the point of no return for anyone otherwise. Naz, he'd been so many times stranded in mid or left to his own devices to be the one-up to Khan on that offensive, but now a triple kill coming to life and maybe giving him a second chance at it.
Oh man, that corner is deadly for sure. Seen that happen so many times. One would suppose that Elevate knows about it already. Especially after performing so well against Shinden right now, but... Well, MP9's in the hand of Nacho. He wants to play it aggressively. Goes into into mid. And meanwhile, on A, we have 1 player on A main and 1 player on the Palace. Nacho fans, no victims. Look at that. East side still really knowing exactly what to do, where to go. They have plenty of time for that.
They can settle in towards mid as long as they'd like, but that's not really the problem right now, is it? It's that this A site is soon to be put under scrutiny to a level they've got to be prepped for it. Jumping out wide. See you later to one. Opening up chances for the MP9 to do a little bit more of Biz again with a multi. The ace stolen from right under his nose as Naz wants to involve himself. And in good time.
And that's also a big problem on communication. Like, the moment they knew there was one player right there, the four of them should have pushed forward. But no, they pretty much go 2 by 2 and they just get annihilated by the MP9. And, well, they can't really do their job correctly. Elevate still, the advantage is huge. And now, finally, they are able to afford their firepower with the AK-47s. But it is very possible that Shinden might start to get off stronger and stronger as rounds go by. Got 3 MP9s on the other side and Nacho waiting patiently. Just behind the smoke. Decides to retreat to safety into a little better position. But has not been spilled yet. But the utility is almost out for Shinden as well.
Playing a very similar game, the Shinden T side, in regards to leaving now B and C to his own to chill out, make a decision in mid. But again, the caller, this guy's going to be dictating the round. He's going to be driving the boat as far as the direction of where it will finally land. A destination will be concerned. A smoke towards the top sides of con and window now also left with nothing to look toward. Nacho could at least see over that. And a really good read from Diozera with the molly. He bullies Nacho backwards. That is really, really high-level presence of mind from this guy.
Oh, one of them has been spotted, and Naz, of course, is going to take point. That is going to be first blood. Beautiful shots landing in. Of course, that rings the bell, and everybody starts moving forward. A lot of damage falling as well. BNC and Seed both take 1 kill each. Another one for BNC right here. CK South takes IPC out. And just like that, the bomb gets planted, and Nacho being the last player alive, not much he can do. He finds the last one, but futile attempt. He cannot really defend, and he goes down in the hands of Elevate. There's still plenty of money in the pockets of Shinden, though. We can see right there. Still going to be able to afford the enforce. But now we have Elevate with not just the upper hand in every single aspect, but also with the momentum from the previous round and the previous game.
Smoke and working it, anticipating that somebody may be nearby. Not really a reoccurring theme for this game, is it, that they're going on a walk up through mid any farther beyond on gun rounds, but you never know. So, better safe than sorry, and never too safe indeed. Diozera waits down below to where in the last round we made note of how important and impressive the decisions he'd made with the utility afforded was. Now he's given more room to work with, teammates by his side, but a Molotov that'll only temporarily keep him at bay. And he's going to be able to walk beyond it, extinguish in a remolly in the same spot. Nacho, his call, as opposed to the last round, is to go in as opposed to out. Nobody's seen. That's big info for him now, gained by that split decision changeup.
Nice, nice, nice. That's a good kill for Shinden. AK-47 now in hands of Nacho. Let's hope he can actually do something with it now. Be careful, though. AK-1 was around the corner, but CK South, of course, is going to check that. Now takes a beautiful double. Nacho's out of the equation. We got a 3v4, 3v3 because IVC takes down CK South as he was pushing forward. Another couple kills falling in with the retrade for both teams. 2v2. Oh, and look at that. The bomb's gonna get planted right now for sure. Yeah. Unless Abyss is... Well, he does get the kill, but gets that bomb planted. So right now, it's all down to Lash. I hope he doesn't really misses that many shots.
Can't afford to. Neither could have Biz. Both players at one point in that round without ammo and weapon. And Elevate look to bring us to the next map. Their choice, their call. And what a beautiful map it'll be in Dust 2 if they can have horizons as neat and tidy as this so early on. Trying to make it a pretty quick day and keeping everything on schedule as it were. Determining as to who will move on to the next level of CCT South America, of course, the first series of Season 3.
That is the 12th round already. Match point for Elevate. And also Shinden with no money. We're in quite the predicament. So MP9 falls in for Nacho.
Quite the pickle.
Yeah. Death approaches. Look at that. A scout for IBC. And for a second then, Avis was about to whip out the UMP. That would have been interesting.
Would have definitely been a little bit of a change up. You know, love to see, not necessarily unorthodox, but definitely, you know, not always are you going to be seeing weapons like that. Like to see people who embrace the E90 every now and again. I'm one of those guys. The Mag 7 is one you don't often see, but is definitely still usable, I would say. Love the Mag 7. I actually think it's underutilized in many a time, to be completely honest with you. Mag 7 can do absolute wonders at, like, top banana if your team that you're playing against is letting you get to that corner without much punishment. On the eco rounds that you're trying to get something done.
Well, I always love seeing shotguns in these games. Would be fun at least, but of course, right now they are pretty much not even affordable. Look at that, NAS and BK1. Both with the 5.7, that's all they can afford. I think we can already call this one a game for Elevate, as I see right here. Oh, but hey, in the previous game, we saw so many eco rounds actually being won by the enemy, so expect the unexpected, I guess. There's still a small flicker of hope for this, guys. But now Nacho down to 48 HP. Just a bit of calm before the storm, I guess.
Trying their best to keep them away. Abiz, he's been a nightmare for them on the A site, 17 and 14, despite them losing so heavy-handedly. The smoke misses the throw. CK Zhao, he's trying to work on his arm. Trying to hold on tightly to this A site from a distance with only one being really up close and personal to stop them. I don't think that we will be getting much more from the Shinden guys on Mirage. Their choice fallen so very fall flat, deflated by man after man into a bomb site on this T side, and on the defensive, CK Zhao getting away with murder and then some. An entire team swept under the rug. A double to finish, a multi-kill for the man at 25 and 9, and what a brutalization of the Argentinians in the beginning, in the opener.
Well, that was quite the show we saw right here, and a pretty good show we got from Elevate. In the end, they pretty much dominated the enemy's pick. So now we have to jump into enemy territory. Let's see how it goes for Shinden, because they were having a really rough time in many different aspects. I really love to actually see IBC get those kills with the AWP and everything. but the problem is that it was not really good for them. So right now, we just gotta go into a small break, my man, and then go ahead and jump into the battlefield in a couple minutes. Well, here we are, back into the action. It seems, my friend, that we now jump into Dust 2, which happens to be Elevate's pick, so we are definitely expecting them to give us at least the show that we saw previously. Now, also, Shinden was having such a hard time, honestly. So I really hope to see that they can get a little bit better. They can, get back in the game, back on track. And back on the mindset, actually, of, well, the real situation. If they lose, get eliminated from the tournament. They need to get the win.
Big moments to shine. Smoke from the CT's actually sent to site. Kind of weird, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I feel like that only hinders their ability to fight up from catwalk, but maybe Ivs thinks differently as he sends himself up to new boost box. Not so new, but new enough. The latest addition to the map and the latest addition to the kill feed. BK1, everyone strikes on in. Diozera, last man. He's been sitting in the smoke for all this time. Still manages on a swivel to find a single kill, but inconsequential.
Well, the plant money is there, and one kill falls in the end.
That's
Still,
good.
the round is gonna go for Shinden, though.
You think they buy back? I think they do.
It's very possible.
There's a scout. There's
Oh,
Galil.
there it is. Yep, I think they definitely will. Oh, well, Tech9, Smack 10? Yeah, they're definitely gonna try. I mean, that was a pretty good initial push from Elevate, so I'm pretty sure that they're gonna be able to use those weapons accordingly. They can probably win the round.
Yeah, the thing is that with a map, with that level of confidence that you've got exuberating into this one, if you can break the spirits of your opponents in a round like this, I think you just do a lot more good, right?
Yeah, totally. Let's just hope that they can actually keep that spirit for longer. Even if they do happen to lose one player at the beginning. Does not happen. But Seed is down to 60 HP.
This obviously also being what would be considered the comfort pick, quote-unquote, of these guys. You want that to remain the same for as long as possible, but slow it down. Damage inflicted onto Zede, not really that crazy, but keeps him on high alert.
Lash just missed a very important shot right there with the scout. Because that could have set up the pace for actually doing something like dealing a lot of damage on B side to one player. Probably get the setup. No, that does not happen. They begin to the push to out mid instead. Of course, here comes the utility. They actually spot one player. Oof, tons of damage. CK's out at 20 HP. That's two players on side. Watch out. They get completely annihilated. Seed is the only one getting one kill right here, but look at that. Not much left to do. Well, Shinden pretty much dominating this two initial rounds. Now Elevate's gonna have no money after the force on the previous one. Say my bye. They just go for the Eagles. I think that the Eagles might be actually even better than the previous round. We've seen that happen.
Yeah, we have seen the Deagles do some serious work in getting them opportunity. A couple of conversions here and there. Dual Berettas in lower. Just a little weird from IBS, but he wanted to save for Zeta BP, and good lord, good night. There's one. And they're going to be just kind of jockeying for position from that point forward. But okay, no way down if you're going to show even a sliver of your soul. Abyss will take it away. And this is a Shinden unleashed.
One little shot all the way down from mid. Turns into the tiebreaker right there. So they put things into a 3v4. And a flicker of hope after that good shot from the Deagle is just about to get extinguished.
Bink!
Oh.
Oh!
Unfortunate.
SMG, a little bit of cash injected. Very nice. Have in your back pocket. Okay, even better though. Well, another shot towards site side, almost killing out on the initial, but a spam turned into more of a burst than anything else.
Oh.
Dede needing to deal with the low HP player, maybe first, unsure. Bomb allowed to cross. Naz, don't show too much skin. His teammates left him. His teammates gone towards Cat. His teammates giving him a perfect opportunity to be pushed down upon, a bomb to be planted, and one more headshot to be secured. But who will do it a biz instead of the alternative? But that is a round in and of itself that is more than a success with 3 rounds of loss bonus and 4 kills procured.
Yeah, completely. That was really good for Elevate. The way they were actually also able to hurt the economy just a little bit for the enemy, right? I mean, they are going to be forced to actually go buy their weapons once again. There's still money on their pockets, but it was really good for Elevate. And just like we mentioned, I mean, having those deagles, it really makes things, well, a bit closer even than having that semi-buy, forced buy of the previous round. So, hey, I mean, if you're doing that good, next time just go for the same strategy. But of course, right now, we got the AK-47s and the AWPs. So I hope that in the hands of Lash, we are going to be seeing some fireworks.
Slow it down, boys. No more shots to come through those mid doors, please, they're asking. They've already faced too many that have hurt their chances in the beginnings of what was also just an eco round, but nonetheless, death sustained. Catwalk control actually given really easily. They can do a lot with that later on, based on the fact they know no one's going all too crazy with it. From Shinden, mid to B splits maybe down the line. A little crazy just how close they may come into contact without actually having seen a single engagement just yet. This is going to be like a full frontal assault of a 5 versus 3, effectively. We'll see what they've got for it, though, because this is the execution coming through with 35.
Well, here they go. May just barely reaches them. Oh, but IBC is gonna take point with the AWP. Let's see if he can actually get that kill. No, he whiffs. The first shot does not connect. So now the CTs are forced out of that position. Now he takes a kill against Nas on the rotation. Nacho does the exact same thing against PNC, but Abyss defends perfectly as well as Nacho with the M4. Wow. Well, that was not good for Elevate. Really good difference for Shinden. Now we're gonna have the 4-0, but once again, I mean, the plan has always been there. Like, right now, Elevate is doing good getting into sight, but they just need to be a little more consistent on the kills, I believe.
Yeah, they want to hit the finish line for this series, Elevate, but seemingly have yet to hit really the gas, pushing any farther post-plant. Say site looks like they get up pretty regularly from Cat and Long, as you say. The splits not really given all that much a pain. Even then, opportunity needs to be created on their own. Artificially man-made openings and chances to find better places of play. Being shut out sometimes before the bomb is even given chance to plant. They're already up close and personal. Maybe a little bit more work towards B needed. What do you say?
Well, honestly, I think that going into B side with good utility would be the right decision here. Yeah, so far, Elevate has only been trying on A side, right?
Yeah, not yet seen a mid to B, not yet seen a B walkout even, not even seen so much as a lurk, really.
Well, we did see one mid to B, but it was definitely stopped by the enemy.
Oh, that's right. It got shut down before it even had the chance to get
yeah,
through.
exactly. But like probably doing something around tunnels would be a nice idea. Of course, that's also gonna be difficult though. I mean, once you have an AWP and AK-47s, it's really hard to actually get through. You just gotta randomly shot through the smoke, and you can just annihilate the enemy if they try that. There's the 5T players just patiently waiting in line. But here they go.
Mid-A and
Utah.
mid-B smokes, yeah.
You're running out of time.
Back towards A.
Oh.
Old quote-unquote reliable, but if sniper rifle is just going to post on angle after angle, trying to get them downed and outed. But no, actually only a singular. Thought he would have had more room to cook with, to kill off a couple more bodies before the plant is thrown through. But here comes their best shot they've had in a long while.
Well, just a little bit of the same, and of course the same thing happens.
All right. So much for that.
Yeah, not much to comment either on Elevate's decision right here. It was kind of expected. The moment I actually saw them going that way. And also, I mean, in this case, IVC was in the exact same position as the previous round as well, with the AWP just waiting for them to push from Cat, so that was just pretty much the exact same thing. I can tell that this tactical boss actually is precisely for that reason. They gotta do something different. It's not working out.
I wonder how many ideas they have left in the tank. It doesn't really seem like they've been throwing that many curveballs and changeups our way.
Well, P90 is always an option.
Yeah, it is always an option. Bring it out, boys. Change it up, man. They're not expecting that. I promise.
I think A long also, like, they haven't really played it. And while they were having the AK-47s, that would have been a good option as well. They keep in mind that Shinden has an AWP. But just a couple well-placed smokes and flashes, that would be more than enough to actually deal with them if they have the AKs. But now, it's only 2 AKs in this case. One Diazera, one on Seed. Look at that. CK Sao, B and C with 0 kills each.
It was not at all what we were seeing on map number 1 from CK Zhao's perspective. Not even close.
Yeah, he racked up like around 20-something kills, right?
25 and 9, I believe it was.
Oof.
A bit of a fall from grace, sadly to say. There's more than enough time on their CT for him to get some stuff moving, but for now, just getting on the board in more ways than one, that would be the start they need in order to start to maybe even build up any confidence in any regard.
But look at him. The time is running out, and they're just going for the exact same strategy once again. First kill falls in, BK1, and Nacho comes from behind. It's taken down though, missing the shots, but IBC retaliates with the AWP. CK South is out of the equation. Now, with only 20 seconds on the clock, this guy's gotta make it quick.
Gonna have to make it clean. There's 2 players to break apart in this side.
Yikes.
Naz stands just before the other. Traded actually really quickly by the next, and the door is going to be held from the up on the cross, but the bomb was just beyond. It's so sad to say. Couldn't get to it in time. Oh my god, Ivs almost gives it up.
Come on, Zed.
Oh, I was gonna say dead, but oh my gosh, it was so close. What an error that would have been.
That was a triple mistake I was able to see right there from Seed. I mean, he takes so long actually going into the side with his teammates. taking down the players, allowing them to take the B side. He takes too long to go in, so he's not able to plant the bomb, although the side was clean. And he was just not able to get that kill against the last player alive. And let's be honest, one good headshot or just 4 landing shots from the AK-47 would have been more than enough. So that round was really Zeke's fault.
Nacho gets a nice little lineup. Everyone on angle, facing the doorway. Dealt with. Ibs wants to just get a couple of feel-good shots, and why not? Just give him some support. I think that was a missed smoke, no worries. He can still be fine enough around it. Now they're just going to be playing for the long haul, literally and figuratively. 7th round, 100% has to be out of their wheelhouse. At least charging up a little bit of that energy now, though, are the Shinden guys from what was a stomp out on the first map. Hoping to see a little bit more from them as we go along, but for now, this will do.
Missed out from the AWP, but it does not matter. The USPS gets the job done. The Shinden claims 7-0 on score. I think that... Oh my.
What do you think? What do you feel?
Well, I was just gonna say that Shinden is performing way better than Elevate was in the previous map on Train.
Sure.
And I don't really know... Yeah, and I don't really know if that is because Shinden is actually doing good, or it's just Elevate playing really, really bad, even worse than what Shinden was.
Oh.
Oh, finally, a couple kills falling in.
Big shots there, and ones that should be converted. Ones that should be capitalized upon by the boys who have very few and far between found so much as damage first out in a round, and reactions everywhere. Okay, so they find their opening pick, and they anticipate that the boys of Shinden are going to get a little bit confident from that point forth, and they would have been right. They would have been absolutely correct.
Well, just one player, that's Abyss, and of course he is gonna be caught off guard right here from Lash. No, he misses the shot. Come on, dude. What is going on? Lash is the player that just always lands those shots, and right now he's just so inconsistent. Well, the bomb was planted. They get the money. The fact that he's missing those shots, even though they're pretty much free, and that he has no pressure at all, just makes me know that... Well, see what I mean? He's not on the top of his game right now, and that is not a good thing for Elevate, especially since this guy is well, considered to be one of the, or the top gamer from his team. I mean, there's the reason why Shinden is doing so good right now.
Top gun. Lash in maybe one round, if they do win this one out just as well, will have some time to fire off some op shots as he pleases against lesser equipped opponents at the very least. So maybe time enough before he gets truly unleashed, truly activated. Ivs holds from top A site, facing catwalk. May be flashed off his angle soon enough, and that will be the case. Running it back to join his teammate at the ramp. Worse off in equipment than he. And now we're seeing maybe these A splits will work out more advantaged, more in their favor than ever before. Less utility. A FAMAS for BK1. It doesn't make things all that great. But a 1-for-1 at long, made doubly so. Ivs might drop the bomb. CK Zhao has it. See you later. Sayonara. Hello to an A site that's open and free, but a bomb that is not for them to use. Oh, be careful though, Ibs.
That was a good flash, but watch out because you're re-peeking an op right there. That's on the other side. Takes down the Ozera and, well, just completely forgot about that player. That was such a good chance. Good opportunity for Olivia to get the round, but nope, it does not happen. Nacho with 10 kills, Nas with 9, Avis with 9, and IBC falling behind just a little bit with 8.
No one giving the time of day to the sniper there. Maybe in a few moments. They're regularly throwing these smokes to try and take away his sight lines. No one's seen. No one spotted. That actually sends the catwalk creep up from BK1. And he might have been good for it. That incendiary will slow them to a halt in tunnels. But oh, dinked up.
Ooh.
Okay, now he's got to back out. What's the reaction move now?
Oh, nice. Just, sealing the deal. The cherry on top. That kill with the nade, of course. Lash on the other side finally gets a kill, but of course gets taken out by IVC. Answering the AWP, and look at that flash. Perfectly played. Allows the kill for Zika Sao. Double in this case for Nas as well is out. So now Abyss being the last player alive, he's just gonna take him shelter, but he has been spotted now. And CK Sao finally woke up, getting a 3K for himself.
I was kind of saying before, as soon as he gets a chance like that, as soon as he starts to shoot and he's allowed to, and it looks good, ball starts rolling, and he typically won't stop, not for a minute at least. So give it a little bit of time, but even still, I've got high hopes for this guy to come back into this game in moments. And now, I alluded to previous just as well, that now shooting fish in a barrel, stabbing the spear into the water. Sniper of Elevate is allowed. No success outside of IVZ. Zeta might have fallen, but Diozera handles the tunnel's aggression. Catching one to the cross, Lash speeding up ever so slightly, and Nacho quivering in his boots behind this mid door. Let's see how lazy they are about a clear here, though. They're not.
Ooh. Well, finally, Elevate has a chance to do something, but we are down to the last round of the first half with a huge advantage for Shinden, 8 and 3. Now, of course, Shinden has no money. So, in theory, this has to be for Elevate, right? This has to go for Elevate.
In theory.
Come on, Seed. You can do it, I believe.
That's just a theory, a game theory. Thanks for watching. Tagging and bagging, I guess, will be the goal. That's what everybody will be looking towards. IVZ having to be the one to lead that charge, and ZA already taking considerable amounts of it. These pistols become more potent, the 5.7s at many a range. Nacho just needing to play behind that box, not expose his head that deep beyond. They are fully committed to a 5 versus 5 right now, where the stack is in this site that they want to walk in towards. Do they send somebody to be a lamb to the slaughter and see what's actually going on, or do they all just go in and fully commit to the concept? Another tag back. IVZ, he's having a fun one with this. The maneuverability and the speed at which he's able to find these shots is important. Dink down a multitude of players, but Lash zones. He needed to be the man right now, and he is. But even still, seemingly not entirely enough.
Oh, God. Well, The advance gets decimated by the MP9. Of course, Abyss takes a little bit of damage right here. They need to make sure they can drive those two players out, or at least get the kills. We're down to the 1v1. No, 2v1, I'm sorry. But, well, Elevate is going to get that round for themselves. Oh, man. It's not looking good, to be honest. But, hey, CT side, maybe they can do something. We saw they actually have a pretty solid CT. So, maybe once we actually hit the reset button, switch in sides, Elevate could come out on top. Of course, also, we are jumping into the pistol round. That's also going to set up the pace for maybe these guys having some advantage at the beginning.
It could have been absolutely so much worse. It could have been so very much worse for them. And frankly, I am definitely glad to see these guys start to wake up a little bit and shake off the cobwebs of what had been a team left out for too long. Now, if you even look at the team's spread on kill count, it doesn't really look like, if you close your eyes over the top sides of your screen, that it's an 8-4 score. Could be considerably closer than that. Maybe that's soon to be. Time passes by. A stacked B site comfortably enough to where if they lose it out, it would be by way of not hitting shots for all else. And they're aware of this. But now they think that maybe a late long walk through, and they would be wrong. Spotted jumping up through mid, though. Problematic is that decision.
Oh, there's nobody watching Cat now. Oh man, terrible mistake I'm seeing right here. Of course, it seems like we might as well just play for the retake. Because they are pushing forward, and that bomb is definitely gonna get planted right there. Of course, we cannot forget about that one lurker. Yep.
Good for these two to maybe try and work together to figure out the mid walk up. Thankfully, he wasn't able to tap away on a 90-degree flick anymore. Dealt with and handled. Managed are the players up through Cat, but still this ramp becomes more and more of a worry for them. Oh, IBZ's just been shut down and shut out. Here comes BNC with a flash towards Catwalk, now expended, but he's the one with the kit. He needs his teammates to hold for him. One dealt with you. Zero's not holding. He's not body blocked well enough. It's over.
Oh, man. What a horrible round for Elevate in so many ways. Like, just allowing the enemy to get into the side like that with not a single shot being shot against them. Also, I mean, the one lurker actually takes the first kill on top of mid. I mean, there were so many bad things right there. And also, just going straight up for the defuse without the teammate landing those shots. Oh boy, things are really getting out of hand right here. We are down to the 4 and 9. Nacho taking the double. As soon as the round starts, MP9 doesn't work, gets flashed. Well, I have a feeling Elevate right now might just be thinking they're gonna have a better chance on the third map instead. Maybe that is their whole idea.
Yeah, maybe. Seeing what their opponents were capable of pulling back on their choice, though. In a couple of instances, just keeping themselves up in question. Maybe that is where they have to think. 13-4 in their last. They themselves now only having 4 here. 10 kills for 4 of the players on Shinden right now. In the last half was, you know, them being really tight. Now you start to see them scatter and spread just a little bit. Nacho taking himself higher and higher. BK1 having stalled out at the bottom of the board ever so slightly, but ever still, 4 players between 5 kills is really a nice spread to work with. But it's all about perspective, because the same could be said for Elevate, who are 6 kills from top to bottom, yet 6 kills deeper into the doldrums than they could have otherwise have been. It's all about perspective.
Couple kills. Good trade coming in. Tons of damage to natural down to 53. Need to get that bomb planted. Now Shinden trying to play aggressively. Pretty much there. They just need to get those kills. Elevate one by one. They start falling down. It's now all down to C, but of course he is just going to get eliminated as well. Shinden. They rack up another round with a 4 and 11, so close to the match point, and I really do think that this map might be over.
I'm a believer. They've got this A to BP on Lash. Let's see what bro's got. He's tied up Ivs in kills to this stage. And goodbye Ivs to Diozera, who too is not given much room to work because he's gone in towards lower. He can now bow out knowing that he's gotten the job done in the short to medium term.
It's just a little advantage that Elevate is able to claim now that they have weapons. Ooh, nice nade, dealing so much damage right there. A good shot finally from Lash. Not whiffing with the alien with beef. Ooh, another one. Making up for all his mistakes before. Now we have confirmation of a player on catwalk, so ZK Sao is gonna take one in that position. Dropping down. Well, there's still 45 seconds on the clock and only 2 players alive against 5 enemies. So I don't think this is really doable, but anything can happen. Hope is the last thing that dies.
Naz and Abiz sitting all their hands, begging on their knees.
Ooh, round's gonna end, but do you think that BNC is gonna push it forward?
Nah. He's gonna sit right there. That AK-47, too valuable.
Yeah.
The only one they've got. Five to 11 Elevate now again are feeling just a little bit better and better as time goes by. Nothing crazy. Not giving up too much of this game. Lash posted up, hoping that someone will go waltzing into him. Not from any point of contact with all the utility that had been placed down, though. So all that waiting in for what? Walking IVZ's AWP out long, 50 seconds having gone by. That's just enough for any smokes that they had that whole time to have subsided without any more to replenish, and nobody seen or spotted in the same direction. The final move yet to be sprung, but it seems that there's not really many other an option. 30 seconds left. B tunnel is nothing seen. Mid having been quiet. An elevated center site player absolutely crapped on. Goodbye. to Naz. They've given themselves room to work and maybe room to close the series. As the op misses another, though, that would have been problematic. And the only way they could have gotten back into it, both on top, both ready and waiting for the elevation and re-execution.
Oh!
Zera finding his first. Nacho so low. The AK is always a threat. It's always a worry, but ZA continues to keep the dream alive.
Now, of course, gonna retrieve the AWP. Going for the defuse. Well, Elevate does not want to give up yet. They still have a chance to actually win this straight up, rather than going into an overtime. So they are just gonna have to keep up being consistent. Now, one thing I've also noticed really strange is that remember how many times Elevate was trying to get into the A site and it never worked out? They pretty much almost never won B. We had a couple of rounds they actually tried to. Well, Shinden's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, more or less. Ibs and Lash both swapped out. Naz gets the AWP off his teammate's fallen body, and now leaving at least one more up. The long hold not let flat by B and C. He wants to make sure that they're not going to be getting any early information beyond that point, knowing that they hadn't expended much farther beyond the smoke in the first place. But double tunnels walk in. This could be interesting. This could be very interesting. What do they think is happening here? Do they assume that they're going to be going for a mid to B walk up? But now, with even one flashbang up catwalk, that's where they have to be setting all of their attention.
Well, they should probably be able to catch up the players, that are making the rotation back.
Whoa, my God! I thought for a second he was about to hit him with it.
Yeah. Well, it does work out. They do get information. They get one kill as well. And now the enemy is going to be rotating into B side. But what is going on? Because the one player that was there is just staying in tunnels rather than watching it. Okay. Well, playing for the retake right here. As the timer is now working against the CTs. Tick-tock on the clock. It's a 3v2 situation on a retake. We have very, very limited utility available as well in the hands of Diozera. Bump, reaching half the timer, make the move now. It's gonna be fast, boys. This is gonna get bloody. Nade landing as well as the shots. And of course, CK Sal finishes the job. There we go. That's another round for Elevate. Pretty clean last moments.
Yeah, the B site's not really easy, obviously not really easy at all to retake, as it were. So when you do manage, when you do pull through, it feels pretty good. By pretty good, I mean really good. Especially with his little casualties from that point inwards and continuing to build up the prophecy that Lash will return to form, that he will provide room for CK Zhao to hit strides and hit ceilings that we'd noticed from Mirage. See if that continues on. I have no reason to believe it won't.
Tactical pause. Just to be sure that these guys can discuss exactly what they are going to do. Okay, it seems that they actually opt for the Tech 9s. Pistols for them. Let's see if they can actually withstand the power of the rifles. We don't have an AWP though. And I haven't really been paying attention if Lash is actually good enough with the rifles as well. He is the designated upper after all. And he's been doing fine with the kills. He is the top fragging player on the team, but here we go, just patiently waiting. Seed, first line of defense. Here's him approaching, drops the smoke. Here comes the shot, just barely landing, but a good dupe coming in. Of course, there's two players fall down, but not without taking three of themselves. Nice stuff we're seeing right here. Just one of them alive.
I actually really kind of liked to see CK Zhao get a little bit aggressive there before the bomb had been planted. He knows that they're going to be going for the guns. He knows that if they don't have them, that they're going to be having Glocks and only Glocks. So one player going down makes a 2 versus 1 so much easier. They know that he's the planter. They know he's got to still be sight. And there's no way that he's going to hit a spray as wild as that would have had to have been.
Really good round right here for Elevate. I mean, the defense was pretty good as well. They do go down in the end, and the bomb gets planted, but they deal a lot of damage, more than enough to actually allow the retake to happen.
Could have been a little better, could have been a little worse. And a little worse on B-site does too is a lot worse, so...
Well, it's looking really close now. Elevate is 8 and 11. They're getting back from so many punches taken. We're not knocked out. They can still fight back. Round number 20. Getting close. And we still didn't have a clear winner. I really thought that Shinden was going to come out on top on this one, but look at that. Well, it seems we have been called for a small pause right here, technical pause. Should be resuming soon enough. Now, as we can see, Lash finally gets the AWP back as well as IVC. BK1, I suppose he's going to get the AK-47. Utility available as well. Completely full utility for Shinden. And CK Sao could also afford the flash. Oh no. Never mind. He's got a... Yeah, I just noticed that. He's got the smoke and the...
He's kitted out.
Yep.
He's ready to go. But maybe they're not ready to go just yet. So that's the most important thing, is that the players are ready to get back into the game. So having seen now that the distance between these two rosters has significantly closed, there's major conversations to be had about this round, what it means to Shinden, and also what it will mean for the boys who have been building up into a roll, starting to drop bombs as far as individual moments would be concerned, as a unit, not as separate players. A grouped up crew with it all to do. Killer instincts settle in. Long control is theirs. That's actually pretty big. Oh, BNC also in a power position with no one able to support Nacho. His late lurk is going to be hard pressed.
Tons of damage falling in as well. Shinden's already not playing the high card. Oh, wow. I cannot believe that just happened. BNC actually whiffs. Although he had the high ground. Anakin Skywalker 2.0.
Mm-hmm. But now,
that's a nice headshot.
The high ground, we'll see how important it is to Shinden if they can hold on, because bursts out, Herd, player up through catwalk, major difference. Oh, he made the up, running it around and finding his head, no less. What is that? From IVZ, Lash had bested him, one-upped him times before. Molotov for center site, a flash to go up high in ZA. He's going to have to hope that Naz isn't looking the right way, because if he is, he's done for.
What a push, my man. Then, of course. Oh my god, Diosera. No way that just happened. Good shot coming in. AWP denying the opportunity. Shinden now reaches the 12th point. It was really, really close. But oh man.
masterful on the flick. Not panicked. Unrushed, unfazed. IVZ. Man of Steel in that moment. Victory beyond any other because there's just nothing really left in the tank. They've expended everything that they had.
There's still an opportunity of reaching the overtime, but Elevate's gonna have to win 4 in a row for that to happen. DK Sao, good shot. That's the Deagle in game. Now BNC with the MP9 and Lash with the M4. Here come utility. Making sure there's nobody on short. And here they go. Tons of damage there. 2 players down, but Abyss answers with a kill of his own. That's the user out of the equation now as well. There's only 2 players left. To the moon.
I'm going to shoot. Nacho stealing away 1 kill, another tucked into Elevator, and a 4 versus 2 turned just like that. And they're running it B. Oh, it's chalk.
Oh, God.
It's over. Oh, spotted.
Oh, they're waiting for him. Yep.
Nope. Oh, my good lord. Shinden. They take map 2.
Well,
And
it
we
just
go to
happened.
Ancient like this. Not like this.
Well, Ancient might just be a completely different story. It's one of the newer maps, to be honest. I feel like the reason why Shinden came out on top in the end is because they definitely relied on their individual skill rather than as a team. And they had that opportunity because Dust 2 is like a really, really well-known map. Like, everybody knows how to play on it. But now Ancient definitely requires a much better team play and strategy, prefabricated, if I do say so myself. So now that they are going to jump into Ancient, I believe that in theory, well, Elevate should have the upper hand, but we'll still need to see what happens in the battlefield because Shinden is just, well, coming up strong in the end.
Yeah, I don't know who to believe in right now, but we look towards that break to take ourselves a bit of a wind down before we finish things out for this best of 3, the second of 3 on the day. Stay tuned. Well, if it isn't map 3, if it isn't Shinden and Elevate, with the knife round having concluded, seeing Elevate on top.
Well, here we go once again. Let's see who can actually come out on top on this one, because this is the decider. We need to see what happens to find out who's going to have a chance to become the champion of champions. Now, of course, we know that facing elimination is not easy, but also Elevate was doing pretty good on the first round. Shinden was actually able to get the best out of them in the second. Oh, so many shots missed by both parties here. But well, that just pretty much allows the Chiefs to get into the side at the beginning of the round pretty much and get that timer down if they get that bomb planted. There's still players right there and just around the corner. ZK comes from behind, landing those headshots as well with the dualies. Doing so much damage and putting things in a 1v1. Of course, he is going to take care of that. So, first round goes for Elevate. Pretty good. Really standard round on Ancient as well, to be honest.
A necessary feeling for them, I can only assume, coming off the back of the last map, that they get themselves a little bit of hope instilled. Obviously not falling victim to an absolutely crushing loss on map 2, but one that was just looking poor enough for long into their offensive. Defense treated them better, and they're seeing more of that now entering map 3. Flash maybe for a shelf swing later on, but it's the ramp walk up they've got to be more worried about. A walk turn into a full pace sprint.
Here they go. All right, kills falling in. The MP9s are dealing a lot of damage. Watch out, because Nacho coming in with strong with the Glock deals also a beautiful headshot against Seed, and now we're down to a 1v2 situation. The bomb has been planted. My friend, this one is looking like an elevate round, but Nacho whips himself an MP9 as well.
Yeah, he's going to try and run out. He's been hurt, though. Loud boy.
I really thought he was actually going to try to give up a fight on this side rather than running away. But he was in such a tough spot. Like, there wasn't really much he could do on a 1v2. Wanted to probably just play around the enemy.
He was close. He was close to getting out.
Yeah, that is true as well. Elevate on a 2-0. But now they have weapons, and Shinden is completely stripped out. Only pistols. Initial nades, not dealing damage. We can see that he's actually, look at that on A side. They're pushing in aggressively.
Rundown is one down, and oh wait, another one pushed down through B steps trying to clean and clear. There were only 3 at A, and the bomb's on B. What is going on here? This is so weird to think about in hindsight, that not only did they run it out for the frags required on the other end of the map, but they've shut down every single gun that's tried to give them some talk back. Then I just can't catch a break on one of these sprays.
Oh, the Yosera. Last one go through. He gets a kill against VK1. Okay, I don't really know exactly what is going on right here. Oh, the knife. Oh, that was a strange round in so many different ways. But it works out for Shinden, nonetheless.
This is Counter-Strike. This is better than the Major. This is my vitality versus Mongols.
For a second there, I thought I was watching, you know those, the people that actually just put like maybe a fish to play a video game or something like that, like depending on the movements, and then the character's gonna start doing things. I feel like it was so random. I'm starting to believe we do live in a simulation or something.
Nice from the 5 to at least give them some doubts as to how many shots can be obtained. Maybe one more in mid would be a good insurance policy. Nope, not quite. Not allowed. Quickly removed from any chances at anything crazy. Tie game. East side means business.
All right, now weapons for Shinden, and not for Elevate.
Gonna have to remedy that sooner rather than later. Defense immediately cut down to size, humbled in their endeavor, in their search for something greater. A rundown has selected them a pair. Up line at BK1 couldn't really help out. Diazera exposes himself to the left. Crossfire put into effect. Spray from the ammo left into both guns. It'll be a dink from BNC required for Ibs and one to the shoulder of BK1, but ammo has been depleted.
Wow, that was still a pretty good round. Man, Elevate was able to take down 3 players, and almost all of them with only USPs. So not bad. Well, Tony, as I see things right now, I can't really tell you who can come out on top. Like, it's just constant back and forth. between these two teams.
And the least time you would expect it, too. Not really anyone looking like the better of the two teams in any of these instances. It's actually more, feels like mistakes coming out from those who are being bested in each moment. Here comes Diozera sliding out through the smoke with no gun even pulled from the offer of Ivs to post on much of anything. And CK Zhao, seeing the chaos, takes advantage of it and slips in.
That was great. Now Nacho gives a little bit of their own medicine coming from behind. He's in a 1v3. And he's down to 44 HP.
Shouldn't be a sweat off to your brow. Diozera prone to a fight. He'll take one when given chance and given way into having now everybody financially prepared to move forwards in this half, with fear not yet overwhelming.
Missing that nade also, like, if he just launches it, doesn't really reach anybody, and just pretty much reveals his position, so it was easy for Diozera just to catch him off.
Oh yeah. Reactivity in pockets for the CT side. Clearly the name of the game, the way of play that will give them their best opportunities moving forward. PNC with a gap in the right side of that smoke. If anybody were to cross, they would have been in for a hard time. They'll stall out knowing that much, at least.
Well, we still have 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. Now the tourist force is all spread apart the map. They still don't know exactly where they want to go. And look at the CTs just getting closer together. As a pack. Now the flash pops off. The T's begin moving forward, but watch out because right behind them, yep, we got Diozera dealing some damage. He actually spots the enemy, and look at that. BNC as well pushes forward. Perfectly played. 2 players down for each team, but still, that was amazingly done by Elevate because now they can deal some damage on the side and deny the plant.
And they'll do exactly that with another double kill. This time, CK Zhao wanting a piece of the action, wanting to have himself intervened into what could very well be a clutch if he's taken at least Lash. No. Lash stands the test of time. Having criticized him just a little bit in the beginning to middle portions of our last map. But it would be unfair to say that he didn't start to reintegrate into the fold. Didn't take too long, but just in time for him to transition perhaps from the last map into this one and have something more reasonable as a talking point to make mention of. The bomb now at bottom side beat ramp, who, as previously seen, making themselves a threat at A main. Nothing having been taken as far as kills would be concerned, though. And with just pistols, I would otherwise say hopelessness, but I mean, we've seen them look absolutely awoken with these weapons before, so I'm not going to speak too soon on that one.
Nothing but Glocks in the hands of Shinden on a 4 and 3 on the score. They need to take as much information as they can before they make a move, because this is certainly not going to be an easy round. I'm so far away, probably playing just for the plant money. Now Lash is going to take point with the AWP. Misses the first one, misses the second as well. Gets dinged out of that position. CK Zhao, however, answers perfectly with the AK-47. And Diozera on the other side takes down Nas. Now IBC, of course, the beautiful dig coming in. A second one as well. The bomb just gets planted on the other side. So now let's see if Nacho can actually defend. Here they go. Oh, burst fire.
That's fun.
Yeah, well, that was a good round, nonetheless, for Shinden. I mean, that's 2 players down, and plant money as well.
Dude, quick update. I'm just periodically checking. It's a big day. I'm not staring down, but 12-5 right now for Mongols against Vitality on their pick of map 1.
Ooh. All right.
Looks like we have a grand final on our hands there. Looks like everybody's having a little bit of anxiety settling now. Map 3 elimination or playoffs here. These guys also probably not going to be all too happy with the result of a loss.
Well, this is the last chance they get. Whoever wins, wins.
That's true.
Let's go. Oh, that flame dealing so much damage. PK1 is the one claiming the first blood. Oh, not quite the second. What happened right there? He actually stops shooting for a moment.
Yeah. Every time you think you killed somebody and you stop spraying for a second, whether it be to transition onto the next or because you think you gotta save your ammo out, Flash. Not an easy one to track out through the airwaves, not to be too critical of him in this game in general, but that was never really going to be one we'd point the finger to say, I guarantee, as were to be. And rightfully so. He's just gonna get out of there. No reason to be wicked about it.
What do you think? He gets a kill or not?
I think he holds angles a little too tight for my liking in situations where they're going to be swinging wider and faster and louder. So, this looks like a favorable one.
Well, he doesn't get a kill, but he gets killed instead. Well, Lash loses the AWP. Goes completely to waste. Now Shinden getting closer. Look at that. Still money in their pockets. You should be able to afford at least the MP9s, for example, in the hands of Seed, but I don't really know if they want to commit to it. Yeah, they definitely don't. No reason for it. Shinden. Well, I just heard a couple deagles, and that might be more than enough, huh?
Sometimes. I see 3. No, 2. No, 3? It's a 5-7, I think, on Lash. I'm almost 100% sure it's two deagles and 1 5-7. I'm going to stick by that.
The same thing happens to me from time to time, but yes, I believe it's a 5-7.
One of them already removed these pistols. It's Tiazera's USP flattened to the ground. They've got no utility or even armor to go along with from that point forth. A walk up and out with the D trying to get a little bit down and dirty. All 3 of them in close range on the other side of the hemisphere. The Eastern Front has been foresieged, however, relative to Shinden. Thank you very much for that plant. Thank you very much for freebie round.
Well, that's a good kill falling in. We're going to get that AK-47. Is he going to be able to bring it back to the next round? Look at that. CKCL, beautiful shot. Could get another one, not quite. But well, Lash holds on to the AK-47. He's being chased. And there's still just a little bit of time. One wrong movement is all it takes, and he can go down easily. Oh, but he's getting hunted.
We're on his track. We're on his trail. They were looking to encroach upon his position as best as they possibly could, but just a little ways away. Back into it once more. Reactionary plays on the CT as previously brought up as one of their biggest success points has subsided from their repertoire in recent days, in recent times. Regaining, not control, but steady hand on Ancient have Shinden. And they are leaving nothing to the imagination on this B site.
Nice. Well, that's first blood right there, BK1. Setting up the pace. Diosura comes in aggressively, but of course he gets taxed for it.
Oof. Z8 shutting out one through cave side, trying to stick alive and awake for the rest of these guys to get in. Incendiary a little late to be dropped down, but a spam through the wall beautifully placed by CK Zhao. Now they know exactly where these guys are coming in from. Just a split second missed onto the shot, but it won't matter. His teammate will do the work for him, but the second would have been a worry the whole time. And ready for him to go wide right as opposed to being closer to his utility piece.
Yeah.
And with a nice little lead even still to this point, but maybe not for the half.
I'm surprised right there. He had the smoke to actually try to do something against the AWP, but it just hesitated a little bit. Just made a big mistake, not actually waiting for it to pop off, and it wasn't really well placed. But it was a really close round still. 5 and 6 on the score. Shinden now clearly has the advantage regarding firepower as well. Here they go. Watch out, Nacho. Was not expecting the MP9 rush. Diosura takes down Nas, and IVC is doing what he does best. The shots with the AWP. So, probably not the best, to be honest. He actually misses 2 of them and goes down. Once again, I think, well, Elevate is going to come out on top on this one when they clearly didn't have the advantage.
Sometimes things change. A nice little burst out. Shinden, I frankly, not that I can't believe, but I thought that was actually a really, really nice opening from Elevate to just full reset and find their reaggressions elsewhere, given a weapon to hand it over to them for relatively free. But one player left at the ends of days. I guess that's as close as they could have hoped for it to be, other than converting the win outright.
Well, and right at the last moment, I mean, Elevate definitely had the chance right there to do something against Shinden and go into the second half of the game on a tie, but no, they just give it away. They had everything after getting those couple of kills at the beginning, grabbing the enemy weapons, and I believe that was just a problem of synchronicity right at the end. Communication, and also, of course, more importantly, the aim. Big opportunity thrown out the window.
IBZ missing on the pair of shots I thought would have had a little bit more of a consequence. He himself obviously being shut out and given no more chances, but from that point forth, all was well that ended well with his teammates carrying it across the line.
Well, now the reset button has been hit, and we jump into the second half of the game with the second pistol round.
He stacked.
No, this is gonna get good. This is gonna be interesting. Here comes utility. Look at that. 3 kills already. Of course, BNC pushes forward. Able to get 1. But still hasn't found the rest of the team. Oh man. The amount of damage we've seen, but now it seems that Elevate just, oh no, sorry, in this case it's Shinden. They get a pretty good round right there on the CT side.
Yeah, Shinden winning out on a CT side pistol and forcing the Elevate guys to tap out. Pushing them down. Making sure that the lead they gained isn't so easily squandered. And that's more than important. It's necessary to their run towards the playoffs. Elevate, I don't know how much, I'm assuming a good amount of CCT South America you've seen in general recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you caught to their last season, or series rather, before the turn into the next? Because Elevate were a team that when they first bursted out, it was a little bit weird, a little bit awkward pulling some of the players from the rosters that they had sat on for the time. But it looked like one that could actually do some serious damage, going through 3-0 in that last iteration. But then just crashing out in playoffs. Whereas this is an Elevate that I would hope would have made playoffs at this stage in the game. That I would have hoped to have been one of those teams to worry about. To where now Shinden back under the same organizational name, having placed second in that period of time, would be one of the teams to lose to, I guess, given their hot form.
Yeah, I actually thought, I mean, at the beginning, Elevator was one of my favorites when I started seeing their first matches.
Sure.
Like, they were playing really good, and I really thought that they were just going to get better as the tournament went on. But then I started noticing the pattern that this guys start off strong and then just begin to just fall short once again.
Really?
So they start going, performing wars and wars and wars as they play matches consecutively. And it's what's happening right here. I mean, they were not able to get this, the win of the second one. And right now, they're also struggling against Shinden. So it is very possible that we are going to have Shinden being the winner right here because we already have the 9-5. We have one casualty on this round, number 15. And I don't want to say this is a CT-sided map as such, but there's definitely a little bit of advantage. So, yeah, things are not looking good for Elevate right now. I usually like to believe that CT-sided maps are balanced, because the Turris Force can always play numbers, right? You're always going to have the numerical advantage when jumping into a site, because they got to be split up. And of course, if you play your utility accordingly, then everything should be perfect. It's just the way I like to see it.
Yep, and ZA now with HP enough to make a run for this. You know, he's not completely down and dusted. I love the fact that he pulls the molly in that period to where still now he only has to hold on to 2 points of contact from that stage onwards. 25 seconds, he could go either way. It doesn't matter which he chooses. He has enough time. It's just a matter of keeping the pace about it, where Zeta now needs to pull his weapon if there were to be anybody close to Big Box or even in Donut. But Naz, he's gotten very much so into things before they had a chance to spiral out of their control.
Well, that's double digits already, so Shinden is feeling really comfortable at the moment. Elevate also with no economy, just pretty much gonna have to force out the Galeals right here with a couple Tech 9s. Now, that has still worked in the past. Shinden, with the pressure they have been placing against Elevate, with the plays they have been pulling out on this map, and the firepower that they currently hold, I'm pretty sure they should be able to take this round home. Well, there it is, just the gastric curse, I guess, because CK Sao takes the first blood.
Oh, thought there would have been more from Nacho there. Not because I thought he would have aimed better, but I thought his aim was actually pretty on point. Gibbs, fast shot, reactionary into the next, the reface and the re-swing, trying to duck out and away, and Abiz known to be here, Molly deep in the splash, off the wall, and trying to find the both of them. Successful on the initial, a dink down to the next, and Zera gets away with it.
Oh my god, that was so close. And yeah, just like you mentioned, I really thought that after they were all lined up for him, he was at least gonna deal enough damage for just a single nade to finish up the job. But no, it does not happen. And that's exactly what I wanted to say at the beginning. I mean, Elevate, just, that's the caster scores right there. In theory, they shouldn't be winning that, but Shinden just, gave it all away once again. Because Elevate played numbers correctly, and they used their force, they used their numbers accordingly, and they just rack up that round for themselves. Of course, the advantage is still pretty big for Shinden. They are in the double digits, really close to the match point as well. But that is exactly how comebacks begin. Because now also the thing is, Elevate, well, they have their weapons at Shinden. You can only hold on to those pistols for as long as this match endures.
Shinden would love to get like 2 kills here. Just call it a day with that. Dinked up Zede is now going to be on high alert for that one angle and that one angle only. He may be backstabbed. He may be absolutely dinked up by Abiz, who actually kind of whiffs it. Dinks his teammate instead and doesn't take his time to get closer and closer. He was maybe expecting them to turn about face at some point, at some rate, but unsure as to for why.
Mirage running low. Nas and Nacho just need to survive. Not a single kill. So they can't really hope to pick up anyone's weapon at all either. There's also no reason to actually chase the enemy at this point for Elevate, so...
Things get spiced up. Kicked into a higher gear. Not really that great of a rebuy now, but trying their best to at least ensure that the weapons they do have are put to good use. The SMG in close range would have been a good place to be, but winded up, shut down, shut out, put down for the count. 3 rounds the distance between these two teams, as well as between Shinden and a win. The series taken over, and Abiz left with nothing, empty-handed. Now Shinden probably get a little bit aggressive by virtue of them being desperate. And there goes BK1.
Enemy spotted. Watch out, Nas. Oh, no. Oh, my God. That could have been a great opportunity for Nas right there to do something huge for his team, but it does not happen. IBC, his forward spots one out and also misses the shot. Well, well, well. That's a free AWP for CK Sao as well.
And another round left to only hope at converging. Not just pistols.
Aggressive play, see? Look at that, 5-7. Well, it's more than enough damage, and they take down 2 very important pieces of the puzzle on the enemy team. Now Lash is also out of the equation. Although surprisingly, Lash is bottom fragging right now. Like almost in general. Nas is only down to 6 kills.
Noticeable. IBZ burnt up in towards the site, but his teammate had gotten the kill, so that's him a weapon in perfect moments. Did his teammate take some duels there? And a 1 versus 3 Zede. How did it get here? Where is everybody gone? How is C4 placed where it was? Expecting more successes, I guess. And there it goes. The last of them before he even gets to the bomb site, Shinden. What a moment for them to make a statement. What a moment for them to throw their hats into the ring. And at that stage, Elevate, those are the kinds of rounds that you hope that never slip out from beneath you. Smoke for doors at bottom B. They have their own set of utility, and thankfully their own set of cash that had been stored away for long enough of a time. What do they do with it? What do they do with this sniper rifle? What do they do with these 4 AK-47s and half their utility having already been expunged and expelled? Where's the finish line with mid having been taken relatively clean? It's Naz getting antsy, getting to be smoke pusher and presser, and Zede would have been ready for him.
Very nice shot falling in. As BK1 doing a perfect dupe right here, taking 3 kills. Molly not quite connecting, look at that. BC falls short. Loses his life to Lash on the AWP, but of course,
oh my God.
the last 2 kills fall in. Shinden and Nacho this time doing a perfect job as well.
What were those 2 shots from the AK, dude? He just absolutely annihilated them. Beautiful pair of frags. And playoffs point. Shinden. They got here. It was a grind. It was a push. It was disheartening for a time. Same can be said for both ways. But ultimately, all that is to matter, with all the heartbreak and with all the energy being expulsed, it's the final win, the final hurdle needing to be vaulted down through these steps now. Naz not having the best go at this game, given support by another smoke to clear the steps and ensure that no one snuck in and past it. And by his nature, it's given them room to fight back over towards elsewhere on this map. The board cut not in half, but nearly so by Nacho and IVZ. A swing by BNC, who would have waited for so very long of a time, anticipating that someone would have walked beyond it. He would have been right, but it's only 2 players left. First the 4. They're going to have to split them evenly between one another, and I don't know the odds of this.
Oh no. Well, that missed shot from the AWP is gonna go costly. Now, of course, IVC goes down. Look at Abyss, still alive, and with 28 kills. Nacho getting that kill, perfectly done. BNC though, woohoo! Alright, we're down to a 1v1, ladies and gents, but now this is the moment in which everything is coming out to light. Who's gonna become the winner or elevate? Are they still gonna be in the game? BNC has only 22 HP, so 1 shot is all he takes. Let's go. He's just about to pop off the... Oh, there we go. Just get stabbed, and with that, Abyss just 1 kill short from 30. They actually rack up the win for themselves, and that is a 2-1 on the score. So, against the odds, well, in the end, Shinden is the one coming out on top on this one.
Beautiful, very well accomplished, well earned. As again mentioned once before, that it was a heartbreak moment here and there for both of these rosters in individual rounds, in individual maps, trading off their picks. But ultimately, at the finish line, they had gone beyond it, Shinden, to show that they have what it takes to continue to hold on to what is not necessarily them defending their title, but to try once more at claiming a CCT trophy.
Well, that would be pretty much everything that I am going to be doing right here today, ladies and gents. So all I have to say is goodbye in this moment, but we still have a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. So just stick around for a couple minutes, and we are going to be right back with more.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back on into the CCT out here. South America is here to give us its last round 2 of 2 out here into the Swiss stage. My name is Acho, and you've got the Romanian duo joining you tonight, as Pop is here with me to guide you through the last best of 3 of the day. How are we doing this fine night?
Well, we're doing great. You know, it is night for us, but from where you're watching, it might not be night, but we are surely very ready for all this Counter-Strike action coming your way. We've got, as Atro said, the last game of group stage. It is the last game of 2 and 2. We can take a quick look at the schedule to see exactly what has happened so far and what we have left. So we had Dusty Roots 2-0ing Yawara, then Shinden winning 2-1 against Elevate, and now we have players against LP, and I'm calling them LP because I won't even try to pronounce
LargadosyPelados.
From my limited Portuguese knowledge, and I think they might be, yeah, of course they are Brazilian. It might be LargadosyPelados, something like that. Anyway, it's easier for us to just go by LP. But yeah, this is the last game of the day, and of course of group stage. So whoever wins here moves forward into the playoffs. Whoever loses is eliminated. So there's a lot riding on this game for both of those teams.
Yeah, a lot riding on the coattails of this. You know, this gets me a little bit nostalgic as well. We started out with South America here, both of us trying to go through the CCT, and now we are looking down at second season, third season, first iteration of the South American scene as well. We're about to see the group stages to see who finally gets to those playoffs. But to do that, we need to talk a little bit about the last 2 teams that we've got to watch out here for the day. Let's start off with players. I got to spectate them yesterday, and I will say absolutely nothing from the guys that have got a profile picture right now on your very screens. Exodus, Doc, Spinny, Miss Puccini, they put up nothing yesterday against Game Hunters. On the other hand, Honda, taking his family name to his nickname as well, just absolutely demolished. He was the main carrying force. He was hitting some crazy shots, but he was the only one. And he was yesterday a prime reason as to why carry potentials, X Factor potentials don't necessarily work out here in South America, as everything tends to get chaotic. You really need to work with your team if you want to get a game win, and it's a little bit tough, especially if the map is not going to help you to try to 1v9, you know. So Honda tried, maybe he'll try again today, but he needs some support from his teammates because there was a lot lacking yesterday. Let's just put it that way.
No, yeah, for sure. And I mean, players, they're coming down from a 2-1 score. They lost yesterday against Game Hunters, and now they have to fight for tournament life. While on the other hand, LP, they actually were down in the trenches. They were 1-2, and they managed to win against Jerza yesterday and make it to 2-2 with it in a 2-0 fashion as well. Now this LP roster is interesting. They did go by a lot of names. The kind of the core of this team has been together since the start of the year. They were ex-Vikings, then Uno Mil, then Nitro, and now they are LP. So they went through a bunch of names, but they have had this roster, this exact roster, since like 18th of April, something like that. And even though, you know, they keep changing their names, their name, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's not working out for them. I mean, sure, it might not be working out with what certain teams might want from their players, but they are still together, still playing together, and they're putting impressive numbers, at least since they joined this LP, or quote unquote joined, right? Because it's just they did move on from Nitro. They've been together for 9 days under this name. They have played a bunch of maps, and they had some very good ratings so far. So I'm very curious to see what they will put up in this game against players where, you know, we both you and me, Atro, we have been seeing quite a lot of South America over like the past 2 years, right? And there's of course players that we recognize, players that we've seen before in different teams, and we also do have the Vito as well. And we're going to be starting off with Inferno. That's picked up by players. LP chose into Nuke, and it is Mirage as a decider. What do we think about those maps?
Very interesting, right? Players, I think, chose the better poison of the two because it was between Train and Nuke to go for a permaban. They saw that there's an 80% win rate coming through from LP on Train, so they decided to leave Nuke to go through a map where you can kind of brawl out a little bit more than you can, I guess, on Train for their side. We do start off on Inferno, a great map for both of these teams, but still, I'd say the Vito is actually way tailored towards LP, even though that Mirage pickup on the decider, if we get there, is definitely going to be a little bit easier for players to get through. The sample size doesn't really help them, right? We've just talked about it. Players coming through LP coming through. They haven't played under this banner for long, but in the 9 days that they have played, they've played a lot of best of threes. That doesn't necessarily go for players. They've been together for like, what, 3 months already with this core, quote unquote, I guess, because we do have technically Honda standing in, Doc as well, right? There's not any potential to be seeing them again, maybe in the next month or two. But I will say players as map veto isn't looking great. They start off on Inferno, they're going to take that gamble, even bigger gamble, letting Nuke go through, but what can you really do is, it was, again, the better poison of the two, and then Mirage, if they get there, should be fine. Now, see, this is the thing, LP, while they were under this banner for 9 days, already managed to break through, like, world rank 156th, while players have been together and trying to do it for around about, I don't know, like, 3 months, as I've mentioned, right? So, 4 months, even with Huggy. So that tells you the difference right now in between player difference, and maybe we'll get to see it live on the server as well, as we're going to be jumping into that first map of Inferno to see what it's going to give us. Ladies and gents, last best of 3 of the day. Let's enjoy it. LP versus players.
What's also interesting is that those two teams actually played last month when LP were still Nitro, and interestingly enough, the veto is completely different. That time they were playing Train, Ancient, and Dust 2, and it was Nitro, or now LP, that were walking away with a win. We'll see, it was a 2-1 win, so let's see if that's going to be the case here, or if something is going to be a little different, considering the maps are completely different. So we do have Doc playing by him. Oh, he's not actually by himself. He's with Honda by his side, trying to push into apartments. Reels and getting that information. He's got support right behind him, so that might be a little complicated for players to get through that defense. Some noise made towards B as well, but interestingly enough, LP do start with 3 players towards B. They might be reading into this, and they might be on the right read, because players, or actually Doc, he backed away from apartments, and that's exactly what Honda is doing as well, getting ready for a B exec.
Let's see it. Execution's getting ready. Players on this T side have been vying to play up this Inferno for a little bit. They didn't get a chance to yesterday, and neither they did in 2 days ago. Now they're going all out, and still Dooley's trying to take them down, running out of bullets actually on a lot of those M9 Berettas. Finally, though, the USPs start connecting some headshots, and through the smoke, players are forced to run back. But look who broke through. It's XNS with the bomb, by the way. That's forcing these guys in, and Hap apparently is going to pull Rule 66 out here, get a little bit of treason going on, but ZMB and BSD, man, they 2v5 into this B-bomb site, anchor it down, headshot only style, and get LP their pistol round win underway.
Not bad, yeah. Very, very solid defense there from LP, and for players, that's obviously not a good start, considering this is their map pick, and on a map like this, you on a map like Inferno, right? You do want to get a good start on the T side, get some of that confidence going, and of course, being in the 2-2 bracket, this is also going to be taking a little bit of a toll on your morale as well. That nade could also take away from your morale, but just knowing that you are that close to being eliminated, and also, again, as I was mentioning, players, they were up in the 2-1 bracket. They didn't manage to go through from there, and they have to go through from here if they are able to defeat LP, and that is a big if. Nice shot from BSD. There is Medvettini pushed up, and Honda in apartments eliminated by Hap. Not a complicated endeavor. Medvettini, there we go. There's a kill, potentially a second. It wasn't, but, you know, even so, still, it was a full eco. A kill is good enough. They do shave off some money from one of the players of LP. And now players, they will be getting their buyout.
Okay. We're going to be playing up against the bonus as well. The MP9 is being brought right back out. And let's see if Reelzin is finally going to be allowed to spot anybody else in this game. Has only seen his teammates up until now, 0-0. However, okay, thank God. All right, I was going to already get used to the good old tech pauses here for South America, but appears that's not going to be the case for now, and hopefully it won't be the case for the upcoming games as well. The onward. Okay, round number 3. Galil's coming out, the force buy as you mentioned. Well, force buy, the buy coming in for the T side. Where are they going to go? So far, standard utility coming through for Banana, out here for LP. Hitting its mark here at the beginning of the round. Players are going to be taking a bit of a lower stance on this push, as it's going to be the MP9 to win that out, and Leo Monster jumping finds another one on 15 HP. I don't quite believe that. There you go. Leo Monster allowed to get away with murder into Banana. Kind of shuts the round down before it really even starts. Players have got Myth Butini on 23 HP and just a half-sided A push that isn't really going to get that far, I'm pretty sure. Might be wise to call in for a save immediately here, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus of the situation here. And, well, I blame them. You know, it's just going in 3v5 with a very low HP player is not the way you want to go about it. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are still chances for you to win the round, but they do get pretty slim with every single player that's eliminated. And also, this being the first buy round and this happening to your first buy round is really not all that inspiring, right? Because, sure, you will have those weapons into the next round. You will have the armor as well, but you will not be getting that loss bonus. And Doc and Spinny will. Now, the question is, will they force with you? I don't think that's really too far from what could be the reality, right? Just because it's the third round in a row that they lose. Loss bonus will be on the up, so they should be able to afford a pretty decent force, but also that could set you back in case that doesn't work and you lose all your players. Then you're gonna have to eco just because you don't get as much money, unless they do plan, because they are on 3,400 loss bonus, so that should be getting them another buy. But as we've seen so far, getting on the sites themselves, it's not really that easy, and LP are surely a big part of that.
Oh yeah, definitely so. But apparently this time around, it was the aggression coming through from the MP9 on the bonus to actually get them to be a part of that. So, it's well played there. However, now, 3-0 up and a force buy later. Players have got to make something work here finally, otherwise things are really going to start taking a turn on the left side here for the T side. Players seeing the nades blow past them, will be moving back away from Banana, giving up all that space they got on Taxi. Be taking their space up into brackets, and to be gaining that first frag onto ZMB. Good one on the Galil. Forces Reels in to rotate away, check into middle, but they double fake it. And that might actually just kill all of their momentum here. LP do still have 2 players on the B-bomb site. Can always turn it back around. They still have got utility to play with here. Pop, I don't know how good of an idea this is, but they're still going to try it. He's got the op as well. He can take down so many on the entry here. Here comes the flash. Here comes the kills. BSD finds another one. Leaves us in the 1v2. Checks in for the boost. BSD takes Honda down. Wants to find more, but he's running out of bullets, running out of options, waiting for his teammates to help him out. In from Church will be a great flash from Hap. However, he doesn't phase through that smoke. Lets the bomb plant go down and reels in. Finally, he's going to see some action. Let's see if he can connect some kills.
Oh, Myth Patini getting the op. That could be the way to go about it. XNS. Spotted the smoke coming in from close. Hap will be going down.
Oh.
There's the 3. No, reels in. Didn't connect. He did take down Myth Patini. But the spray doesn't go through all the way. So that is going to be the first round for players. Again, a very, very important round that they get. And a very close shave as well. Getting surprised at the player being up there right next to Dark. LP, maybe a little slip up, but that could give players what they needed to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, that is... Damn. I mean, XNS, we can't sugarcoat it. He got lucky, right? That should not have been a kill that he gets. The double was almost secured there for Reelsin. Messes it up at the last spray, but that's okay. Mistakes happen. Still 3-1, still an advantage here for LP. Still a buy, most importantly of all, coming through. But op saved away. It's going to go to Myth Patini players. I will tell you what, yesterday, they couldn't put anything on the board until Myth Patini actually got himself on that scope and worked with Honda to get a couple of rounds into that game. So maybe today is the same case. Maybe that's what they're waiting for, that scope to activate them a little bit.
Oh, Honda.
Let's see the flick. BSD.
Oh, the flash came through. Didn't really blind BSD all that much, but the peak was a little too slow. Oh, and there we go. There's the fade. BSD running away, and Realzin has got his back. Wonderful stuff there from LP. And with that, they already lost three. They already lost 2 players here, and the Mac 10.
No space.
Yeah, there's the Mac 10 as well. So Myth Patini is gonna have to deliver big time, or Doc with that Khalil. Try and get those kills. There's Myth Patini with a kill, but he was dinged through the wall. He's down to half HP. Now, he does have the op, so of course that's going to make things a little easier. But they're not pushing through just yet. Oh, and this boost just makes it so obvious, right? With only 10 seconds left, even if they push in, they've got Hap to deal with, which is not going to be easy. BSD, though, this is an important angle. Myth Patini will try to challenge, and that's a little too slow. There's Realzin as well, who pushed all the way into T-spawn. Nicely done by LP. If they waited a little longer, or at least Realzin could have, but of course, they weren't really checking the time, I would assume. They could have gotten that kill after the timer ended. Anyway, first tactical pulse called in, and it is players.
Yeah, they don't kill them after time, but that would be really adding insult to injury right now. 4-1. Still a good enough scoreline to get at. A little surprised by how that round still pans out. I mean, did you see that there's now apparently a new Molotov to take care of the players up in balcony on the A-bomb site? So you can combo that up with the smoke onto truck and get a very easy waterfall execute into A. Don't know if it's reached South America yet, but I have seen a couple of pros start to pull it off into EU.
I think I've seen something on the sword, yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll find out if they start using it here. But I think
hope
they're
they
gonna
do.
need all the help they can get at this point.
Yeah.
It's not that far off. Don't get me wrong. It's not. I'm not just saying that this is a done deal, but so far it's not looking too good. And the only thing is, while BSD starts off the round taking down Honda, is that the rounds, sure, that round that players won, I think I would still put it on a little bit of a mistake by LP, but I think they do need to start winning rounds, first of all, period, and then they do need to start winning rounds to make it look a little bit more convincing, right? Because so far, you haven't really seen a lot from players, and you were mentioning, Outro, that yesterday, yesterday, Honda was on a roll and he was getting a lot of kills. His teammates were not really doing all that well. Well, so far, Honda's down and BSD for a second, but they need a lot more from everyone, not only from Honda or from everyone else apart from Honda, from literally their whole team.
Yeah, that's a big problem as well, right? Because if you don't have that carry factor, what else do you have left? A 0-5 Spinny, a 0-6 Dog? I mean, that's not going to win you games, right? Especially when ZMB is just running you down mid. So LP...
He's feeling good.
Yeah, might just have themselves a really easy first map, or players, they'll need a miracle to just get themselves back up to form. I don't see any life in these guys. It's sad that we're not yet into the playoffs, because if we were, we would have gone to see the cameras as well. We figured out how these guys are feeling. But really, for players right now, I just think that there is no motivation behind them right here to try out any tactics, to play a little bit quicker, a little bit less by the book and more play for themselves. I usually never say this, you know, in a game, I never say, oh, just play for yourself, play individually and hope it works out. But right now for players, with 3 players on not even a kill, with Honda on single kill, Spinny and Doc on nothing, I just want to see something out of the individuals right now, and then you can figure out what you want to do as a team. Shots need to be hit, and maybe this time around, the shots will be hit out here into the B-bomb site. But again, they pulled the plug. This is like the 3rd time we get to see a mid-round like this.
A little weird. There's a kill, though, through the smoke. Myth Patini getting that one. Leo Monster eliminated through the smoke by Spinny. So maybe this is the way to go about it. Good shot from BSD. Starts repositioning all the way to new box. There's no molly here, so he can just be chilling. Miss Flash, BSD, beautiful. Another chance. Looking for yet another kill. Myth Patini, the 3rd victim. XNS finally gets the trade, but he is all alone. The bomb is down on the bomb site itself. 50 seconds left. He's expecting a flank. That's not going to happen. You see Reelson rotating through CT. Any smoke for CT is effective for sure. They could boost up once again here, LP. And if they do, they're going to see the bomb. No XNS, sure, but they will see the bomb. They don't go for it. It is a little too risky. If XNS pushes through the smoke into CT, catches them boosting up, that could be the end of the round in favor of players. Has to retrieve the bomb, has to get the planet. Hap peeks out, catches him with the bomb in hand. That is very unfortunate timing for XNS there, and it is LP with yet another round, and a big part of that round, it is BSD with him just playing in new box and nothing's bothering him. I mean, he gets the first kill. There should be a molly coming his way after that one. There isn't. He gets a second kill because potentially maybe because of that missed flash. The third one as well, as Myth Patini was holding that angle, but BSD was just that quick. He's 11-2 right now. You were saying that Honda was on a roll yesterday. BSD is on a roll right now.
Yeah. I could see the moment he just kind of gave up when he had the bomb in hand, just couldn't do it anymore. That was the end of that. He tried, man. Can't get any more to this guy. It's 6-1 though out here, Pop. It is a tough world for players to be living in, and especially now when their economy is not really helping them. They will be going in for a half investment, a couple of tech knights to come through in a fast A pop. Let's see if this time maybe it will land, because they've been trying all this time to just get to that bomb site. I don't think I've seen a single bomb planted yet. So maybe now could happen. I'm hoping for it. Yeah, again, they're playing so slow, so passive, so scared. Out here by I don't know what. Players, you're literally on Tech 9s. You've got flashbangs to work with. They're back to the B bomb site, for God's sake. What's the plan here?
Well, if they pull the plug once again, we'll figure out quite quickly. Leo Monster. He's the smoke coming through, and that's also blocked. Leo Monster will take down Spinny. There is ZMB delivering 1 and 2, but then he gets domed by Doc. BSD rotating in. Might want to hold down before shooting your teammate in the back of the head. There's Leo Monster with that final kill. Instant headshot. And for getting the job done. And we can see, right, it's not only BSD or ZMB. Everyone's getting kills on the side of LP. Poor Hap. He's potentially just playing Anchor and they're just not coming his way. But they keep on getting all the skills. And what's interesting, right, is that we saw a tactical pause from players. But players, also interestingly enough, they lost their coach on the 23rd of April, or at least their coach did part ways with the team. LP, they still have the same coach they've had for a little bit. Disturbed here, and well, he's been training his team well, because right now they are looking very strong. This might be a little bit of an overextension as ZMB takes a quick swing into second mid, and he gets caught out, but we'll see if that means anything. Nice shot from Honda. Hap gets a little too far as well, and this could be a potential chance for players to strike back off of the mistakes of LP, of course.
Yeah, maybe it's that overconfidence that comes with having 6 rounds above your enemy right now in a very convincing fashion as well. No one connecting shots. It makes you feel like you can just run at them and you'll win every engagement. That's not necessarily always the case, and right now finally an advantage has been taken for players, but still I just can't watch anymore, Pop. I can't see them play this passively, this slowly, and nothing connecting. You've got the entire bomb site empty. You're making this fake out work out really well. They've went all the way out here into the B bomb site. Just don't lose enough players to actually allow LP to go in for a retake. What's going on A? They've got all this information. And finally they get the courage to go onto the bomb site. First time we get to see a bomb plant here from players. Took a bit.
Well, LP, while they were overconfident at the start of the round, I really respect the fact that they just group up and they just go for the same old strat. If they come B, we'll fight them. If they don't, we'll just save. Yeah, that is the right call in this kind of situation. And even though they're 7-1 up, and even if they try the round, it's not the end of the world, right? They can still buy up once again. Might as well just save. Don't give away more money to players, and just let them have this round. You're still way ahead, so if you keep playing the way that you have been playing so far, right, where you don't overextend, you just play your game and wait for them to push into you, that should still work out, right? Because it's a single round. It's not really the round that is going to be changing everything. Or, I mean, it could potentially be, but it shouldn't really be, because nothing really of note happened apart from LP being a little overconfident.
Yeah, exactly. Mistake capitalized upon. They brush it on over, and they go next. Exactly what we've been getting used to see all of these years, and that's exactly what we'll be getting to see this time around as well. Round number 10, we're slowly but surely finishing off the first half here, and getting to a consensus is the fact that LP have definitely got it going pretty damn good. Will they be put to a stop though? That's the question. A little bit of util being thrown out towards Banana. Surprised that's... Oh, what a peek from ZMB. And he's going to stay all the way out there. Leo Monster right back behind the angle. The only man holding down to the B-bomb site right now. He's having a 2v1. He's fighting off of his own smoke. Ambitious, but it doesn't work. And now because of that, B is empty. And it should be a pretty straightforward round here. Coming through for players.
Well, I guess there was a lot more confidence gained from that previous round. Hap all by himself, trying to survive here, but they know exactly where he is. They might as well just gang up on him. And there's Doc with that kill, the final kill of the round, and players take down the whole team. They get all those kills. They don't really force them into an eco just yet, but they're not far from it. Lose another round, and players, I would say they're back into this game. And, you know, you get up to 4, and in that final round, it's LP on a pretty bad force buy. So there's a very good chance for players here to get back into this game without really being that close at any point since until now, right? It was 7-1. It looked like LP had an easy time. And then again, they try to go for that peak, and it is Doc to surprise BSD. Hap will get the trade this time around, so at least it's equal numbers. But you can see ZMB's also just rocking that 5-7 and can't really do anything about it. The kills happen on the other side of the map.
Oh, that's another quick one though. Spinning good on the trade. Top brackets control gain, and finally, we're getting to see some momentum from players. We get to see them move. We don't get to see them static anymore. They're up into long, and they're still waiting on their chance. And while waiting, let's give it enough time for Leo Monster to move back around in towards Library here. Oh, I love this angle. It's so ambitious.
Wow.
It works out so nicely. They line up for him, and the round could have been better executed. LP, they take this one away. And with it, they kind of take the half away too.
That was just insane timing from Leo Monster. Well, thankfully, players still had some money in the back pocket, so they can still afford a buy into this final round of the first half. I really want to end on a 3-9. Oh, aggressiveness in Banana. Doc caught with a smoke in hand, trying to extinguish the molly. A little too late for that.
Hear him. So surprised he didn't hear him.
Well, players, they're down a player. Took some early damage. Could be
down more players.
That could be the case, or they could take down some players. That's surely going to help. They're going to be moving closer to the safe site where LP still have 3 players waiting for the enemy to push in. Great timing on that smoke as well. And if they're all going through short, might be a bloodbath. They still have a molly. It's on the back of or in the back pocket of Mythpatini. That's kind of the only issue. He has to push up. Need. Oh, that is so good. Huge. Honda down to 29.
Now look, This is a little bit weird. 3 people literally holding down the same angle, but they do have a flank coming through for ZMB. So it pays out just beautifully. Honda finally taken out. There is a player watching short as well, and now finally the push will come through, and they just get absolutely demolished. Really well played out here from LP. You can tell that there's way more communication, way more teamwork happening out here, whilst on the other team, troubles with the individuals, troubles with getting to the bomb sites, actually being decisive, choosing a site. The mid-round calls, I hated them. They were so slow, and they try to go for so many fakes that just kind of fake themselves out. Hopefully we'll get to see a change of approach as we move into the second half, or maybe even to the second map. But remember, this is players' map pick, right? So the way that this is going, LP could net themselves an easy playoff ticket if they just keep playing like this.
Well, judging by the percentages, it feels like LP they are a little better at the T side, or actually at the CT side. It is players that are a little better at the T side, of course, over the 4 maps that have been recorded in the past 3 months. That doesn't really help their case, right? Even if they were insane at the CT side, it's still LP that are leading by quite a margin, and this pissed around could decide quite a lot of what could happen. Oh, and it's a fast B play. Doc is here by himself. They were waiting on an A play, and they have 4 players waiting on that side of the map. So they will be getting control of the site, and it seems like it will be a 5-on-5 retake. Although ZMB is holding down Banana, and there's 2 players coming in from there, Petini and Honda. He's just trying to keep them at bay. In the meantime, Hap is fighting the CT players. He's blinded up though, but he's got support. Although he still falls, Leo Monster gets a kill, but gets traded out. BSD has to win this duel, and he will not. So the piss around will be going the way of players.
There you go. There you have it. Much better on CT side, rather than onto the T side over here. They actually work together. They have a set objective to go for. You don't have to worry about how they need to approach the rounds. They just know that they need to approach the rounds, and they finally go for it. Well, good shots being landed as well. And LP, maybe this is gonna be a wake-up call for them as well. They've been taking the game quite in stride, thinking it's hasn't been that hard. Now things might take a turn. Who knows? Maybe this is how LP start to take this a little bit more seriously. Oh, Spinny. That's a great start. That's a great follow-up. AK stolen. And denied. That's kind of the round here already.
An interesting approach still. I mean, you've got 2 weapons and you decide to get them to push through the smoke in Banana, which is one of the most dangerous things you can do. Well, obviously didn't work out in the way they wanted it to. So with that, Bettini will take down Hap. And it is players with yet another round on the board. Of course, that was a 4 spy. So off of that, this round plan as well. And then they should be just going for an eco because they didn't really get a lot of kills. If they would have gotten a lot of kills, that could have been a lot better, right? It would have made a lot more sense to force up. It's only ZMB that buys up with that Mac 10, and I'm very curious to see what the plan is, because could have sold it, you know, and he didn't. So I guess he's just trying to surprise them, and that's exactly what he does against Spini. Can he get that second kill? Good catch him on the flip side, and it is Doc to fall. They get control of B, but they don't have a CT smoke. That's the biggest issue. The timing. Oh, Reals, and they really needed that kill. BSD will help with that one. Can the ball make it to the site? That's the biggest question.
I don't know if they can. P250 to the rescue! Hap, what is that kill? Insanity coming through out here from the secondary, and the AK to close it. What a round out of a single Mac 10 to save them the day. You thought for a second maybe players were back in this game. LP put it to a close with a Mac 10 only. And a P250 to boot out their BSD. Really nice kill. Hap as well. They just absolutely end it. Wow. That's a hit from left field if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, talking about adding insult to injury, losing against an eco.
Damn.
This is a big problem for players. They still had some money in the back pocket, so they can still get some damage done. But lose this one, and it might be doomed. It is up to LP to decide where they want to attack, though. So they are getting very close to the A side. It's a very good crossfire. Oh, the boosted up player BSD still took down Myth Bettini. That is very important. XNS was forced forward by the Molly. In the meantime, Hap finds, or it wasn't Hap, but it was, I think ZMB. Yeah, finding the kill onto the B site. Honda, risky position. Surprised only one player, and now it is Spinny in a 1v3, trying to retake. Arguably the hardest site to retake in this map pool. A site Inferno.
Yeah, maybe just behind B side D2. Right up there. And with no diffuse kit, no utility either, of course, he is going to pull the plug. Might have known that ZMB is down to half HP or lower, but that's around about all the information he's got. And if I was him, I know for sure I wouldn't go for that. Problem is, though, it's 11-5. We've turned it back around. LP are ready to just close this map out and send us straight up to Nuke. The buy up next as well for players isn't that great, so what Spinny is hoping here to do is to use that A1S saved away, Incendiary and full kit to pull through what ZMB did in the previous round. And just managed to 1v5 that game.
Very tough situation here for players. 6 rounds in between those two teams, and LP 2 rounds away from walking away with this first map, setting up this best of 3 in their favor. I mean, that second map is not looking good at all for players. Single map played. Be argued pretty perma-ban, but that's what happens when you have 2 maps as your perma-bans. Great headshot from Hap, taking down Myth Bettini. Trying to get in close with the B site, and I think once again they chose right. It's the USPs here. Both of them are actually defending the B site. Or never mind, it's the boost. Beanie. Ooh, they're trying to get them to come to B to lure them into a trap.
Let's see. Is the trap gonna work? Is the bait juicy enough out here for LP? For now, not that much information gathered. Here comes the execute. They're ready for this. 3v5. Usually at this point you have another player from the T side lurking up middle trying to see what's going on at A as well, but with that Incendiary already making so much noise, you know that the boost is here, and the player boosted up is not going to be connecting any shots. That was the main point of all of this. So Hap managed to find XNS, and XNS is doing a great job of just trying to stay alive into this angle, but can't seem to find the A1S dropped on the ground. It's not at the back of quads, it's actually at the front. And yeah, that's how the round is going to end up. Honda 1v3 on the Deagle. Good luck, have fun. You're not managing to take that bomb down from being planted. So that is map point here for LP. Oh,
Hey,
nice
Honda.
kill. Needs 2 more. Headshots only, buddy. Not that easy, is it?
There we go. Not a big surprise there, as we were secretly wishing for an insane clutch with an eagle, and they're back in the game. They were not. 12-5. 7 chances for LP to try and close it out. At least they have a full by here players. They need 7 rounds in a row to deny the closure of LP and sending us over to the second map and to try and get to overtime. It's not unheard of, but chances are, from what we've seen so far, that it might not happen. Leo Monster, interesting angle. He's trying to look over the smoke and is unable to do so. But they're moving in closer. In the meantime, Realzen being annoying in apartments. There's the quick boost, and that's CMB taking down Doc. The repeak, and Speedy will be taking down one. Oh, Leo Monster needs to be careful not to overextend, and he was expecting Honda to already be rotated over. BSD actually took down Honda. Myth Bettini with a trade. Oh, but they have no idea Realzen is here. He could just get one of those kills. And there's XNS. He was greedy, wanted that AK. Well, he will pay the price for it. And Myth Bettini is the last one standing. 1v3. Trying to hang on to this map. BSD peeks on and he gets the kill. There it is. LP walking away with that first map. 13-5. Stealing away the map pick of players. What a great performance out of LP, though.
There we have it. There you go. That is going to be the first map already done and out of this series. Now what follows is going to be Nuke, the map pick coming through out here from LP. So players have really got to put their big boy shoes on, because otherwise it is game over and a ticket to elimination. Also a ticket for LP into the playoffs. So we're going to be able to figure out what's going to happen into the next map right before we actually go into a break. So 10 minutes and we'll be right back.
And we are live with the second map. It is players on the CT side and LP. They are going to be playing from the T side.
Here they are.
Now, the thing is, this is not a very well-recorded map for players. They played it once against Game Hunters yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, or it was yesterday because it's 2 days ago for us. Doesn't matter. Yesterday, they lost 13-4. So let's see how they do here. Good defense. Oh, but there's the trades, BSD and Hap. Look at that. It's a 3v2 for LP all of a sudden. And what's ZMB do? ZMB's on the T side. What is he doing behind the CTs in sight? Hello, players. How do you get there?
There's another one. Wait, Spinny's left down on Hut. This is a retake scenario. What's going on? Bomb's not even planted yet. Dualies are coming down to Hut. Spinny does get one. Oh, we've turned things back around. Finally, a bomb plant to come through. Or maybe not yet. We're still waiting for it to actually get to the A-bomb site. Spinny's having a 1v1 back on vent as well. He's up the ladder, man. He's fighting this. He's trying. I mean, especially after the performance of the previous game, we need someone to step up out here for players. If it hasn't been Honda, maybe it's going to be Spinny. Who knows?
Kinda has to get it, make it work. BSD playing up close and personal, and Spinny has no idea. Easy headshot to the back of the head. And there we go, LP starting off the right way on T side with the pistol round in the bag. I was talking about how players, they did play this map yesterday. They started off on the CT side just as they do here. It was an 8-4 first half for Game Hunters, and then Game Hunters just straight up won on the CT side. They didn't drop a single round, so I think players, they are going to need a lot of rounds here to be feeling comfortable.
Yeah. And not only to get comfortable, but to get anything done, really. For now, nothing concrete found. LP, we're going to have to go through an MP9, but first up a Deagle, apparently. What a shot. And Honda connects another one, so very much still left alive out here. 4 players in this round, and remember, this is a pretty decent buy coming through here for the T side.
Well, still a 3v5.
Apparently so.
ZMB actually got that kill. That's crazy. I thought there was no way that Spinny goes down there. Flash drop, and ZMB's backing away. They might have figured it out, though. Oh, Nick, this is a nasty angle. Misses the instant headshot, and ZMB's holding. They know exactly where he is, and he is being held. Mythbikini.
Okay.
He's losing teammates, and he's going to go down as well from a 3v5 to a 3v1. LP. Very nicely done. Playing together, getting those kills when they need to, especially ZMB with that kill towards Secret. The plan was already broken through, right? They already knew what LP were trying to do, but still, he wasted some more time off of the defenders. It's Honda. And he might have gotten that for, you know, his kill in this round, but I don't know if he's able to get a lot of things done here.
Well, he'll definitely try.
There we go. Hap being his head off. Very nicely done by old BSD, Hap, and ZMB. And they will secure that second round. That looked very scary.
Man, I mean, it was still a nice attempt though, coming through from the defense, right? They managed to find those opening frags. They really make it seem like it's very possible. And yet, still doesn't get them really anywhere. 2-0 is about to turn to 3, and it's still LP out here with a lot of advantages. To try to keep it up here into this game. Back into the B-bomb site, it's completely empty. I mean, as you'd expect it really to be. Especially in the pistol round. Let's just see if these pistols are actually going to be able to find any kills. Because for now, it's not looking easy, Pop.
Yeah, it looked like in Vent, they were hard to do some painting because it was painted red. with blood.
Oh yeah.
It sounded a lot clearer in my head. 3-2-0 for LP.
Blood for the blood god.
There we go. And now the weapons will be coming out. So, players, what is the strategy here? We heard some typing, but the timer is still running. I was, well, I think a tac pause would be a little too early, but they might need all the pauses they can get, to be honest. I mean, players, there's no way out of this one. You have to win on the enemy's map pick on a map that you don't usually play.
With
And
the
then you
own 3
still have
start
to
on
win.
CT side, you know? Like,
Yeah, and you also have to win the third map as well right after. So there's a lot riding on players right now.
oh yeah. Hey, it's again another good start, would you believe it? Out here for LP. Just keeps going. Really comes from bad to worse out here. Honda finally managed to find a trade into the vent. Now you're having a player that's trying to get you to do mistakes while you're still getting Doc and Mid-C finally connecting some. BSD onto the bomb site, looking for openings.
OB. Ooh.
2v1. It's really tough to play up here.
You read it? Oh no, they're trying to rotate through lobby. I don't think they'll hear this.
Okay, it's a bomb
They might
plant.
have heard the steps. BSD though. Oh, I think he might have heard both of them.
He knows.
Athene on the right, Doc on the left, but he is slowly walking right above BSD, and he's been spotted, and there's the kill. Low HP though. Doc could have been a target there. Thankfully, the spray connects. And there we go. First round on the board for players.
One of those moments as well there for Doc where he realizes he makes the mistake on the first bullet. He doesn't connect it. The flick could have came through on 14 HP. A single bullet would have been enough. In a 1v1 as well, Myth Patini, a single missed shot could have spelled the end of that round. So it still doesn't get easy. That's BSD's first death as well. And he's finally going to get his hands on a scope as well. So good luck, Myth Patini. Because he was looking pretty damn good map 1. But everybody was here from LP. So that's not that much to go off of. But I do need to stress the fact, you know, it's players CT side on Nuke. Sure, it's LP's map pick, and sure, this might not be a map that you play often, players. But god damn it, you need to play up the CT side if you want to have a chance at the game. It needs to be way better than that Inferno. It needs to be more precise, more concise, and it doesn't have to start like that. BSD already on the first through a smoke, nonetheless. Now there are Myth Patini.
Yeah, it just feels like BSD is having a great game. Great
Look at
best of
this.
3. Oh, that's just perfect. Hondo was thinking that he's crafty, that he's going to surprise. Well, he did not surprise anyone. Leo Monster will be going down, but he got information on 2 players. Tap behind Squeaky. B site overrun. Bombs there, easy bomb plant. And reels in, he's still lurking around. He's still trying to cut off rotations, and that is exactly what he is going to do. Speedy taken out, and Doc as well. While XNS was found by Hap. LP. A great round. They were actually the ones that kind of surprised players on some of those occasions, especially that first kill from BSD onto Myth Patini, the op-on-op action. And yeah, as I was saying, BSD is just having a great day. He's 7-1 already. And in direct duels, I don't think he lost a lot of times to Myth Patini.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Because right now, Myth Patini really does feel a bit shallow on his offing skills. And we were hoping to see a lot more. But right now, well, we're just going to have to wait for something to come through. Good damage actually dealt out there by Doc. Finds a headshot on the Deagle, but I really do doubt that it's going to be enough to get them through this. Leo Monster on the bomb plan. Oh, and into the smoke actually. They're going to try to play the Swan as much as they can. There's Go Spinny.
Okay.
That's the first.
But reels
Still
in on the
looking
other
for
side.
entries.
Well, he's got the AK.
Oh,
But,
yes, he does.
Gets both. Nicely done there. Great control by Reelson. And with that, the round's over. I mean, Myth Patini and Doc, sure, they're still alive, but they're just trying to save. And I did check the statistics or the numbers from the first map. It was actually a 4-2 overall score between BSD and Myth Patini. 4, of course, for BSD, 2 only for with Bettini. Interestingly enough, BSD found a lot of Honda. 10-2 in direct
Oh
duels.
my god.
He was defeated by XNS, interestingly enough, at 3-2. But I could keep on going about those numbers, and they're
10-2 is definitely a number that you should have called out. That's not bad, but like, still, it's we'll see if it changes. Let's just say that for now.
yeah.
I do doubt it. 4-2 though, not that bad for Miss Bettini. I mean, he does manage to find a couple of times to surprise, right? But oh, that's a dogfight and a half. Breaks out, leaves Reels in as the last man standing, 1v3. And they're into the bomb side. Players finally, they break through. This round, they play together, they trade each other out, and they have a real good idea of where the enemies are going to come from, as well as not a single flash really connecting out there, really, for the T side.
The only bad situation for Reels in here is that the bomb is down in the middle of the map. Although I'm not exactly sure if Honda's in heaven or rafters, rather. It seems like that's the case, yeah. Because he's going to have a very good vantage point. If Reels in even attempts this, could just go for a save. I think they will 100% surely will have enough money in the next round to also buy up, but could also try.
Yep.
Give it a good old try and see if it works out. If you get another round for your team, everyone's going to be happy. If not, they're still going to be happy. Doc, oh, you hear the jump behind the site? That would be insane if he gets that kill. But not
17 seconds.
not going for it too often. And I think at this point you have to call it. Yeah, he did try and get that kill. Honda may be a little overzealous and he pays the price, but Rielsen will be staying alive here. Or at least that's the consensus. It looked like he was ready to swing out, but it would not have made a lot of sense. There we go. Second round on the board for players. Another player eliminated there at the end of the round by Rielsen. So again, some more damage, trying to keep the economy low on the set of players. And well, that's exactly what's going on right now. LP could get them into an eco very swiftly.
Hey, at the very least, another round on the board for players, right? It's something to grasp on. It's something tangible that they're going to hold over. 5-2 right now. Miss Bettini needs to do some work with his AWP outside. We'll see if he's going to be able to. Into the bomb side as we go, though. LP, they get their way across out here. Not a kill found yet. Nades being broken still. The wall of smokes not being found anymore. Miss Bettini, he does manage to find out first. And a trade back out here from the CT side. They keep it together. They do manage to find these kills, the opening kills that actually are saving them so many of these rounds.
LP, what's the plan now? 50 seconds left. 3v5. Still testing the waters here. See who's going to react. Maybe they can catch players on the wrong foot. Kind of surprise one or two players and then try and get some things going. Or just save.
Or just hold.
Yeah, hold and save. I mean, it's not bad. Again, this time around, they might not have enough money for another buy. But at least there's something to play with in the next round. Because they don't have enough money behind them. Maybe Real Zinc and Tropical Leo Monster might be able to buy.
I mean, I really don't care about what happens anymore because look, it is 5-3. LP have managed to already win out their T side, I'd say, on this half. If they just put up a single extra round on the board, then they're happy moving into that CT side, this being their own map pick, you know? Shouldn't necessarily be an issue. So, They're gonna just try to keep this up. Tech 9s could do a little bit of damage.
Doing a little bit of chip damage. Nothing to be
Oh,
worried about.
okay. Almost kills ZMB there.
There's the Tech 9. Oh, again, BSD finding the kill into Myth Patini. It's not the end of the world, but still is a very welcomed opening kill. And Hap finding Doc. That's perfect timing as Doc was trying to re-clear some of those angles outside. Thought he was safe, but he was not. As the rotation comes through towards B, B site at the moment is completely empty, and you wouldn't be past LP to just try and fake out a potential B push and go back to A. We've seen them do that before.
Yeah, we have. We've seen a lot more of that from players, however, with the fakes that they were still trying to do on Inferno. So this is a good setup, right? They're all playing together. It's exactly by the book, exactly what you should do. Question is, though, can they deny against this full-on rush out from LP? 30 seconds left to go. Flashes not connecting anything. The bomb just needs to go down, but they're not ready for all of this defense. BSD with the AWP hasn't seen anyone just yet, hasn't traded them out. Leo Monster finally does connect, even wall dinked. Another bullet doesn't find him. The bomb's gonna go down. Let's see if the defense is gonna deny it. It won't. Takes him out just a little too late. 3v2 on the post plant. A defuse kit in the hands of both of them. And a 2v5 that could make its way through. Reels in, finds a great headshot, leaves this one in the 2v1, and XNS should have just held it. Because that is the round. That is LP taking this one away. And with it, I'd say the entirety of the half.
I think there's still going to be a chance here for players. They still afford another buy, so you could contest. Well then, even with an equal score, I don't think that's good at all for players. I think the idea here was to get a lot more rounds in LP. But at the same time, we don't really have a lot of games that we've seen out of them. So maybe they do have some strategies on the T side. Maybe they just didn't have the time to put them into effect in the previous game yesterday.
Yeah, could be the case.
But it is Nuke, so it is pretty unlikely.
It's strategy central, right? It's where you need to have a plan, otherwise there's not really that many ways you can get into the bomb site. It's not like what we got to see back on Inferno, ZMB just running away with a Mach-10 and suddenly finding the entire bomb site by himself. The rotates are so quick from the CT side that can't really bank on that. And there you go. You can bank on this though. Myth Patini lands a shot. Hap went out a little bit too haphazardly. No flash, no nothing. Out there for ramp, and BSD wants to trade it back out. Won't be successful. Spenny though. Oh, he's having a fun time. Honda's pushing through. Knew who was gonna get crunched on in. Still takes down one with him. And there you go. That's a much better round being played out here by players. They crunched down lobby. They managed to actually have Spinny find that double kill. Myth Patini finds the entry. They play it slow and steady. But slow and steady is what wins you games on Nuke, so more of that, please.
An interesting moment to force up from LP. Oh, and the smoke is very late. That nade deals a lot of damage. Honda up to the double and a fourth, and that is the ace. The spray down from Honda catches them all, playing around that box masterfully. That's more of the Honda that you were mentioning before, Atro, from yesterday. 12 and 8, wonderful ace from him. And that's why I was saying an interesting moment for LP to force up, because this is the last round of the first half. They will have to force up once again. I think the idea was that they still should be able to get some good damage in, potentially a round as well, just because they were that good. Are they gonna run it back? This is a little crazy. Honda, is he up for another ace? Finds another kill. This would be technically his 6th in, well, 2 rounds. Metpetini staying down BSD. This time Honda not really winning around to try and take all those duels once again. We'll try to overwhelm that B defense, or at least put some pressure onto it. XNS gets a kill into Hap. It's DMB eliminated by Honda, and it is Reelsin all by himself.
Okay. It's still a nice resurgence coming through from players. What a last kill out of Spinny, goddamn. It's still a nice resurgence. You have to give it to them right from, what was it, 4-0 down? They managed to make it 6-6. They bring it back out. It's CT side Nuke, sure. You could have gone it way better, but it's still not the end of the road, and it's definitely better than what could have been. With that being said, however, it's still T side out here for players now to start. So we shall see how things actually move on in to the second half. What do you think out here, Paul? Do you think there's a chance here for players to actually take us to the third map with this?
Well, you know me. I always think there's always chances, right? It's not over till it's over.
Yeah,
But
that's
just
fair.
thinking about the map itself and how things usually go on Nuke and all that, I'm not all that trusting. But I am very happy to be proven wrong. I am a-okay with that. So let's see what players have got in store for us. Of course, now that they're on the T side, it is going to be getting a little harder for them, but they could dictate the pace and try and overwhelm LP. Leo Monster going already down towards Secret to try and hold them off, and players, they're still chilling around. Where's that A side as well, just to try and put pressure. Leo Monster will have a lot of action here right in front of him, as Spinny, Doc, and XNS are right around the corner.
Let's see it. Already the pistol kills are coming through. You got to see them on the feed. Walking into this B-bomb site shouldn't prove to be that big of an issue. Oh, Reelsin does manage to find one. I doubt one's going to be enough, though. The bomb plant, it's around. Could be one out here by players. No defuse kit either to retake with. That is that. Pistol round, I think it's gone by.
Well, with their positions, I wouldn't really be against saving here, and that's exactly what they're doing. So
Yeah, but they're saving pistols out here, Pop. It hurts the soul.
I think the armor is a lot more important. Or, you know, they just don't want to be a part of the round.
Yeah, they don't want to play the game. I mean, that's not why they're here, so.
And I just said, no,
We
I'd
Gucci.
rather not be in this round anymore. Let's just play the next one. Which is not the end of the world. We are into the next one. Players are in the lead, though.
Yes, they are.
You know, that is what we were waiting to see, if players have something up their sleeve. So far, not really showing a lot since we just started the second half, but LP do decide to force up here on the CT side, which is interesting. Instead of just buying right after this round. XNS already taking down Hap, opening up the round for players. Great reaction out of Leo Monster. That was very impressive, making it a 4v4. The pistols, but this MP9 of Reelsin could be a thorn in the side of players if played correctly.
That's a really good point to make if played correctly, because it's not necessarily entirely up to him right now. Players currently, yeah, moving up the sidewalk outside, trying to get on over to Reelsin. And an MP9 is going to become the bane of their existence as they're left in a 3v4. They do have the weapon advantage. They don't have the numerical advantage anymore. Definitely going to be stabbing them at the back. Let's see if XNS does manage to actually find this kill.
Oh,
Oh, he does.
but they go A. Reels in right behind the site. What do? Do you peek? Do you stay put? That molly's not gonna affect you. Oh, ZMB falling. That's really not all that helpful. Reels in falls, and with that, that is the round done and dusted. Leo Monster, sure he might have a deagle, but players are not really gonna be looking for this duel. And he's on 16 HP. Straight bullet, and he's gone. Oh, but that is an a Galil. That can be saved into the next round, so that's even better than just going in.
That's the thing, it's just the Galil, right? I don't think that's their ticket back into this game. Right now, players are trying to just run away with it. And they could succeed if they play their cards correctly. Either way, it's a very nice resurgence. It's a T side. We weren't expecting to start off like this. And now LP forced to take a really tough decision and just hold on to their money. Play out here on pistols and hope for the best coming up into round number 15. Wonder how this one's gonna pan out.
Well, we've seen a eco win from LP before, but he was on a different map and on a different side of the map, so see if they can pull it off one more time. That surely could upset players. Could make them very unhappy.
Yes, it could.
No, I would be unhappy if I would lose against an eco, which has happened before, and I was very unhappy. So, speaking from experience, of course, not really risking potentially qualifying or fighting for the qualification into playoffs. So it was just playing a random game. But those two teams are fighting for playoff spot. Oh my God! Happens ZMB. They catched him out. There's the Galil retrieved by Hap. CMB finding another kill into Myth Bettini. XNS with an answer back. Doc finds Hap. Oh, but with the AK, BSD is gonna save the day. A double kill. And it might have been a caster's curse. It might have been just LP having a great plan set up. But what a great round.
Amazing. That is exactly what you want to see out here if you're an LP fan. This is what gets them back into not the leading seat, but you know, into a possibility of trying to keep this up and to still stand tall on their own map pick. 8-7. An economy here for players. The tag pause is going to come through because they need to figure out what they want to do with this buy, and it's not an easy choice. XNS could go in for an AK, make that hero round try to work. However, still 8-7, man. I mean, it's not that big of a lead to hold on to. And it looks like they're going to be playing the safer route, quote unquote. Just the Tech 9 invested into the round with the half armor on Doc, and that's around about it. XNS is going to hold on for an AWP actually for Myth Bettini. Ooh, and the grenade already does half the work. The incendiary is going to do the rest out there on the ramp. As Reels in, he could have had his Honda moment. Doesn't get it this time around. There you go. Bad is going to clean up on a nice little 3k. So LP, back up to 8-8 now. Comes in another test of skill here for players. You've got another full buy coming up. Your T side was looking good when you had the advantage in the rifles. Now, LP have got their own rifles to play with. And do they have an op? No, they don't. So that's an advantage already here for the T side.
Yeah, BSD will have to use the AK up against Myth Bettini. Not going to be playing outside, and I think that's a smart choice, not really having a lot of presence outside. If they will be going towards Secret, just send players down into B so that they can cover. Otherwise, focus quite a lot on that A site because they could be trying something towards that side of the map as well. With Bettini patiently waiting. Anyone swinging through the smoke, they're as good as dead. Oh, Lord, that could be the play as well. Leo Monster was not found. DMB. Smoke just faded, but Doc was not spotted. Maybe the surprise, though. DMB thankfully moves towards the B site, so going to be able to help out there. It's a very slow round here from players.
I feel like there is a need to slow things down after what just transpired into the C side. They started off really quickly, and LP finally managed to figure it out. So having this little bit of a times out, having this stop, get them into a bomb site is also nice. 30 seconds left to go into this A bomb site, and it's going to be happy to find the first and looking for the second. Sees the bomb. BSD helps him out. And this should be a round that LP still do take it.
Yeah, just
Oh,
the
there
setup
it
was so
is.
good. Myth Bettini trying to clutch it up 1v4, trying to find that final kill. That kill onto the B side to open it up. That was what I mean by final kill, but Leo Monster swings in, and LP will be claiming this round as well. Yeah, just a very, very good setup. I mean, they've had Hap in an off angle next to Blue Hut. Then they had another player holding on to Blue Hut, while Hap realizes the player in Hut dies, and then he realizes, okay, I'm gonna push into Hut because no one else is coming from here. They're all coming from Squeaky. They're already jumping down into B, so I've got a safe space that I can navigate to try and surprise them as well. So very nicely done by LP. Both the players at B as well, they were ready and waiting for that exact play to drop. That was, yeah, it was not good from Leo Monster, but he's still alive. At least he's got that, and he's got support. He's got his friends, the power of friendship to try and win, but that doesn't work. It is the power of aiming, and it was not great from Leo Monster. They get the opening kill.
Okay, well, it's not going to be Leo Monster to fall indeed. However, could be this side now from the CTs, facing up to a couple of players looking for their initial shots. However, looks like XNS is the only man standing, and he does get an ass shot onto BSD. However, that's all she wrote. And that's LP on double digits, by the way. CT side still will be scary, right? Because it's now down to the last 3 rounds that LP need to take, and you lose a full buy, you are not going to be too happy about the upcoming buys either.
Yeah, players. I know we've seen a single tactical pause so far. It was in that first map, and it was from players. I think this is the time to use them, because it is a very tight score, and any adjustment could be what makes the difference. Although LP at a very forward position and reels in, wants to get more, gets greedy, gets punished. With that, the opening kill goes the way of players. ZMB right around the corner could have gone down as well. Very nice reaction out of Speeny, even though he's only on 4 HP. He almost got his team a second kill. There's the push in.
Another push on A. Oh,
Myth
no.
Bettini, you know, that was Speeny going out, and Myth Bettini getting credit for that team kill. He will get one in return. ZMB, that is very awkward, and he's going to go down to Doc. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2, and this round looks very much possible, though Hap has a forward position, gets punished. There's BSD with a trade with an open hand, and the bomb is still dropped towards Squeaky. It is a 1v1. Both players are half HP. They both know where the other was about 20 seconds ago, but where are they now? And BSD reaggresses. That is good. That is smart. Good position.
It is a good position. Oh, he's right behind him. Yet I don't know what's going to happen first. Who's going to see who? Because 20 seconds remain. You need to get a bomb plant as well, and you're going to make some noise. You're forced to buy the game. It's the nature of what you play right now. And there you go. There you have it. Very nice.
Yep. That's why I say it's a very good position, because Doc will never expect him to be there. He was just looking at that angle. So
yeah.
Just thinking that the timing had to be perfect. Well, it was necessarily not perfect. It wasn't that tight of a timing, but still. Never in a million years would have expected him to be there. It is a half buy right now. Pistols. It is Tech 9s for players. Trying to deny LP a 12th here. A map and series point.
It's not that easy though, is it? It's just the text. Looking for something again in towards this A bomb side. This time though, they pulled the plug a bit earlier. Oh, and they're close to each other. They're looking for a shot. I'd say we should go still though. Not that much changed.
The push will start at some point. It is they are sitting up for an A hit. Waiting on the molly that's going to be coming up from mid Patini. Thankfully, Spinny's more than 4 HP this time around, and he's not going to go down to his teammate's molly. So ZMB, this is a very risky position, and the timing could have been worse. A nade to answer back though, and Honda knows, don't go out yet. You're just going to go down to the molly. The flashes are effective though. Oh, there's Hap with a trade. Leo Monster, I think he heard the player coming in from T-spawn. That's Myth Patini with the bomb in hand. BSD saving the life of his teammate, and Leo Monster will be getting that trade, that final kill. The 12th round on the board. And the series point.
Oh yeah, there it is. They're one away from playoffs. And they love it. It's their own map pick. They knew they climbed this way back up. It was 8-6 at halftime. Players win pistol, they convert as well after, and still not enough to take LP down. Not enough to put him in the run. And it's just been lovely out here for LP. Oh, Myth Patini does manage to find a good start.
BSD answering back. Leo Monster takes down Honda. They should know that it took down the ramp defender. Reels in. Well, I think he always kind of switch positions. Could sneak into vent.
Oh, players making so much noise though. Ooh. DMB still falls. 3v3.
Yeah, he was the sneak through vent that got him. But how do you go about this one? You know that there's a player in vent. Do you risk this? Is Hap just gonna drop down and try and pre-fire the head? Or maybe drop some util.
Oh, yeah. Oh!
Okay, just drop down, get the kill. That's one way to go about it. Only 2 players left. Myth Patini's one of them with the op. Head spotted.
Oh my God.
And head broken into by a bullet. It is Spinny in a 1v3. He's hiding in dark. He's not even hiding. He's trying to take the fight. Spinny. Nade comes through. Down to 62. And there's the trade on Leo Monster. The defuse is coming in. BSD will be getting that 13-8. And it is LP qualifying for the playoffs.
There you have it. There you go. It was a quick playoff game decider out here for the side of LP, and a pretty damn convincing one as well. Love to see just how much the LP had to give, and sadly, how little players changed from their previous best of 3. I definitely thought that would have been a different sort of game, but you know, it happens, and it just goes to show that they have a little bit more to work for and a little bit more that they will gain away from this experience. But what's left out of experience is going to be the LP side moving on into those playoffs, and they're the last team as well of the day. It's the last best of 3 out here, Paul, that we are getting to see. So I hope you guys have truly enjoyed your time here at the CCT. The majors are done. Vitality won. We are done. LP have taken it. So we're kind of all going to go to bed out here in Europe. But any closing out thoughts, Pop, before we send it back out to the next stream tomorrow?
Well, interestingly enough, since we're talking about the games that are going to be starting tomorrow, of course, playoffs are going to be starting, and the team that just won, of course, LP, they are taking on Sharks. That is, well, they might have qualified, but they're not going to be up for an easy task, as the brackets were showing up on HLTV. Maybe they will change. I'm not 100% sure. I just worked off of what is said on HLTV, but if they are playing against Sharks, that's not going to be an easy one. So, with that being said, we've got a lot of action still to be had here at the CCT, and of course, a lot of action tomorrow, and from here on out, the days following, a lot of. So make sure you keep on following, because it is, it is Counter-Strike, and we all enjoy it. But that was all from me and Atro. We will bid you farewell. We hope you had a great time here, and well, good night if you're from Europe. If you're not, well, have a great day, and we'll see you
Yeah.
next time.
See you.